And now you Friday. Ghana Muntie Sunia we need 100.9. And now 26 September the year 2025. Yada trade up on your coupons, a sour boy and hoba near the Ghana Muntie Yadebra we need 100.9. So your baby can't compare himself non to bebo. Why? Yada trade up on your man say. Baby will be our sorry, I say, okay, you must sorry, a cobono, see, I'm sorry. A quacobono, see, obey late to a Juma and Friday. One general Babacas and a traffic will come and the Aka home. Baby, I will tell us a quite ya. And then our problem, maybe an hour motorbike and go cut off wing one. As our young Roman Taman Quada, so one beco school. One homework and why? One school bag, no, and Quadana didium. One more pabua, one more suku uniform. And one more at it about time over. School bag is to baby as and at it about time over. One wonder when the socks and the other day, there be on benefit. It's a woman that said, what to do? I have your crowd top 5 as well as there's any boy yet. What top 5 Monday to Friday? Monday to Friday, no one shall say. And what check it is how my boy. One quadrant, sorry, Jaramontam, Yanitentum, Yanitentum. Mepacho, Yababe can't home, Yan is some hood over where the bebro, Yawabe for the town man so home. The big stories making headlines all the various online portals. Yawa the Obokrata Musamewa ho. Yawa solid interviews. It drew a Friday, ya 2 days a weekly retrospect. Yabeka na ochi mun in Samakodoa SCC. In Samakodoa Koso. Yaman Panyen call United Nations General Assembly. And some of the Kotuya. And then Yabedo Sodosum. Ibisu Wakasa ye, Bisu Wankasa ye. Hey, and some more. So, Wakasa, you want to say, ye, Wakasa. I didn't go for. And I will share all social media, and as I just said, I'm out for Gaza. That's what I call Gaza. I said, well, Magana, yeah, not aligned, but so much. And your question to position. I said, COVID-19, Wakako Bosso. Okobo Russia-Ukraine war. So Ghana and the now or say there be. And also a man for HM. It's with the man penny some of the Kotu Jano. You be the who come on. Now I hear the fight against illegal mining and so I didn't who come on so coso. And then you know so you be this what I say. Memo kwa be the bandit 100.9 do me the friend Ghana Muntie. Abe for the town man so ho. Angman Sancha me kwa be na for Constable 1. Ene mami akosu etonam. Wo me na be bo me na the obonkrata musam ne dia bro. Kodo da me ade na me producer, abena from Abankro. Nana ya Safo mo ye social media administrators. Kwesi Aboade na me channel manager. Dr. Faradex and executive producer. Fully supported by my general manager Kennedy Asante say. Woman and boy, Yadi Jumedi, Yadi Bro, we need 100.9, so you go anywhere. And a pen media said I am peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FM GH Class FMonline.com, any other relevant news portals. Woman a boy I bear for the town man so yet is summer hodo yet me the bread with it 100.9 so what you in baby at the be 020-1162-746 020-1162-746. Ghana Muntio Sunie, to those of you celebrating your birthday today, I'm wishing you a happy birthday. Okay, yet and someone at peacefmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, classfmonline.com, checkoutghana.com. You're quitting. Government to deploy military security forces to protect rivers from Galamsey, Lands Ministry. The government is taking a bold step to protect these precious water bodies from the ravages of illegal mining, also known as Galamsey. The Lands and Natural Resources Ministry has announced plans to deploy military and security forces to key river bodies, marking a significant escalation in the fight against this environmental menace. But the woman I'm buying to say, or the soldier for woman no ding pa. One more quack about your quiet, any issue and so be home by. Especially baby and illegal miners, you want more juma. It will be success. Anna Montu, we are Lands Minister, dear to Jay. And when a baby one year solve illegal mining, and you be the one come. Proliferation of weapons making Galamsey fight difficult. Dr. Adam Bonner, Executive Secretary of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons, Dr. Adam Bonner, says that the fight against illegal mining is becoming increasingly difficult due to the proliferation of firearms in the country. Dr. Adam Bonner said, "Hey, now mo Galamsey kono muni mo amanfo tua ekura wo mo no o kwa mu wo no ebesi na etima kokoyin etuo pa Galamsey asini kura no ekura mo aninti o say etuo no amani kona den because obekoyi o kura tuo jejira. Railway Workers Union suspend strike awaits NLC negotiations. Hey. The Railway Workers Union of Ghana has announced the suspension of its intended strike and peaceful picketing originally scheduled for September 30th, 2025, following a directive from the National Labour Commission. Ejumayefo aketeke Wamu yumu ejuma. Keteke ejumayefo. Wamu say na komu tietu ya. Na komu yo yechire. Na komu chirim. Nenso National Labour Commission abemu ntie say wamu de wamu no ma no egu wansa. Wamu twen etuate no ma tua sense. Wamu hwe dia aban ne be. Galamsey fight 1,400 illegal miners arrested in 8 months, Lands Minister. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofibua, has revealed that the government's intensified crackdown on illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey, has led to 1,400 arrests in just 8 months. Mebacho ora Amakofibua eno so ma chinipa ma akoma ko apem mechiripo ahanan 1,400 wɔn yɛ illegal miners. Na wonim ɛyɛ yaman panyin JDM ɛfa ne statements on illegal mining no meno dia ɔkae baako a na mene no anya adwen bro wo position ɛne sɛ ɔka sɛ ɔba 1 wɔn abandada ne cheche wɔn no be grant wɔn amnesty. 2 ɔbɛtwa sɛ wɔn ba arrested the kingpins. Sa statements me anyway ɛyɛ statement a menyaya na ntesa nka na JD America menyaya mediasa your friend is saying mo state of emergency ne ho ahwan me say my god of the me no mo yadwe because my position no agina ho abesi ene but sa two statement nti owura amakofibo a se munya na ba bi say nti say 1,400 wo mo ye the campaigns ana say wo mo ye wo ma na abandada nchetu wo mo ya JDM ka so be grant wo amnesty wo mo ye info a 1,400 wo mo ye the campaigns na ana say wo mo ye wo mo a yehu korikorifu munu korikorifu am bisa minus nti dia ewumu no Educhum, education will be the cornerstone of my leadership. Former Education Minister Dr. Educhum has reaffirmed his commitment to making education the central pillar of his leadership. Should he emerge as the flag bearer of the new patriotic party and subsequently president, Dr. Educhum said, on the home there dana komaso. There dana komaso. Dana komaso papa. So babe flag bearer. So babe mampenyon. Omesuade de noa inti eno so eye 70 bia ode atudwa media sedane ma peace fmonline.com citynewsroom.com myjoyonline.com check out ghana.com /fmgh class fmonline.com and other relevant news portals. Woman ebo abe fonten town man so yede sama hodo yede bre we need 100.9 Forward 25 0201162746 0201162746. Oko Facebook aye dem why YouTube channel no so ye adwuma. Ibi aye adwuma streaming platforms no ye adwuma. Mame akosu etona matenas. Mame akosu ya etona. Mache. Mark Jerry Major so. Now to say nyame na dom na wonso e nyame do business ne koso oh nyame na do uso bolo ne kama nyame na do wada ma say I catch it for say wo pay agie na wo koye where dey na wo koye wo de wo ha wani age wo kra say onya be gufie nye say wo koye ye ne where dem e say onya be gufie ma mi akosu eto na ma otemanime wa ye so bolo bia say de kama no ja na the package na ya ho e ya kono keke akosu a Ibi abeko yi ati. That's right. Yanko ene. Abusia for the Obokrata Bedja so de kan e de momwache e momwakwa ba ene the Ghanaian Times the Obokrata eno ena wode wo mapinyi chon drama ni mahama fo nyini ababeto ha say en wo bo amane e de ato UN General Assembly omo meeting ya ekoso no ese was so mutimi shepa ma Security Council no womu etimi SGN satraye ewom se de be betimi apoa ama bibia etimi agyan nanso a the Ghanaian Times Obokrata de ho amane bo ede aba abusiafo yekoya nimu enso a Times Obokrata no anim ha ya ana ode yewura se Sam Jonah wode ne fonyin ababeto a en wo bo amane en wo se galamse kun ya soan se ebetu ase no enye da bia na yebeka se ye de mranko na yedutu galamsi ase da bi ahemfotumi enso eka ho ya de Ghanaian Times Obokrata nso ede ho amane bo ede aba busiafo Times Obokrata no mu na migina eno se Ghana yada National Energy Compact edi ya beboa ema yenya reliable energy ya ho nsam so ewa hase a de Ghanaian Times Obokrata de ho amane bo ede aba abusiafo Times Obokrata no anim ha eno ode omampanyi abede akire Professor Jena na Opoku Agyeman wade ne fonyin ababeto a eno wo se aban no
edi sika 2 billion Ghana cedis edi ababesha district assembly common fund mu ya ebabe boa ma assemblies ahoto no wo mu adwumadi a wo mu ebeye no ebetimi agya ne nanso a the Ghanaian Times abokrata enso ede ho amanebo ede aba abusiafo amefa the Ghanaian point the abokrata no anim ha ena wori Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wodi ne fonyini ababeto akane mampenyi abedi echire ena woda ha ena wo so waye krado pa walezi ni boot waye krado de mu odin say 2028 wabe capture power ede ama MPP amanyoko no enti no ene wo ka che amanyoko bia se wontamu chuku esa ne se NPP amanyoko no so no obetu franka no ede ma omo a de ebesi bia no obeji tumi ede ama MPP amanyoko no 2028 ya the Ghanaian point democrats enso ede ho amanebo ede aba na the Ghanaian point anim ha se ene wo bo amane na amanebo a wo bo no ene wo se yewura owusu bempa ene ode ne fonyin ababeto a ene wo se ono no eze ka me se MPP amanyoko no wo mo tete no pa asa ne se wọ́n ní support ata Yewura Kennedy achinti wọ́n mu tata no pa ya to say the Ghanaian point democrat enso ede ho amanebo ede aba the Ghanaian point democrat no anim ha ene odi onmonyafo Emmanuel Amakofibu a wọ́n ní fonyi ababeto so afọ hwensase ene obo ade ne pa wọ́n adom yi ene o se bosome nwochi ya wo ba ye watimi achi illegal miners wo mo mutu galamse 1400 wo hye kane mampenyi amamu akufu ado amamu onu a wo mutimi chi 800 pound de wabɔ ne homodin pantu wa na adwin sɛ galamse kono anu otu ase sɛ wo chi wo mu no ache ana ogusu a wo chi wo mu ya the Ghanaian point democrat anso de ho amane bo ede aba na the Ghanaian point democrat anu anim a ɛne wo se wei no apɔmuden ho nsɛmsɛm ɛne yɛde ma obi a wo se shisha ya chese ne mapa ani omu chini mi no ma chinu kwa omu chini mi no me yonku bi ana aja otonwum wa asori dem wa nkwa asori ena ye kopie asofo se na singa ma ye koya singa bie ne mpoma ba ya enwusie nko asofo se ya da wudem mu hyenko a da bi o se sofo ye shisha wo mu si shisha hodo no ma no mabunu no ati wo manu asisu a chese yetu wo mu fo wo mu ntie no ene ensa de mu odin ya ese kwabra ne timi no sa so overdose wa yese akokono no wa aboa ma ye ne hwe nya yie wo se sa wo yo oba na wo do ho ahye sa ne ma no mu ane etie kokura ma eto awode ano kokura mo eto awode ano no ebi ebedo ebeyaw enti twon ho afri sa ne ma no se de be ya enkofo ha bia emre wo ya the Ghanaian point democrat anso ede ho amanebo ede ababusiafo mafa the chronicle the democrats ene ode o mampanyi John Dramani ma amafonyi ababeto ebro kopie mu ewo UN assembly endra eno ene ode to obi anim se yenhwe se United Nations no wonwo betimi ye ahye na omadi wo mudwuma se de be ya betimi aboa ma oman bi nya na adwen se wono no ase wo se ono de obeye bia no ne ebeye ne denkwa no be anade ebe favor ne man enkwa no be osi dabi enma ye ntu anamo a ye man kwa anti so wo ye mampanyi anase wo ye oman bi na so wutu anamo a wo se wo hwe se wafefo oman a aka no so ebenya eho emfa so ana ya the chronicle democrat anso ede ababeto ha say na the chronicle democrat anu anim a na wo so youth empowerment agency ene wo de niam egu akwan mu na eno ene wo se beneficiaries no wo mo ye adwuma ewo youth empowerment agency na esue wo mo so wo allowances na buakam allowances ne ma nti wo mo sere sempanyifo hwe na wo nya hu bibi emfa ma wo mo a the chronicle democrat anso de ho amane bo ede aba na the chronicle democrat ano ene wo bo amane ene o se mampoti hene ana wasiu prophet Roger ni nyina efa komhye bi a wo hye no ho ti wasiu no ya chronicle democrat anso ede ho amanebo ede aba abusiafo yemfa daily guide democrat ano na no ene ode o mampanyi John Dramani Mahama foyin ababeto a ene wo sisisi ane de wo se UN aman no anase United Nations no munyina ewe se wo mbetimi aboa na niema bi mu a bibire mu man ne ewoye no ha ya chese antwa yie na ankoyie kwan bi mu so ankrofo fa so yehwe na wo muntimi ensiki African ye reparation said be betimi aboa na niema bibire mu aman ye hwere ye no yetimi arrestore ya de ya chese daily guard obokrata nso ede ho amanebo ede aba na wo hye daily guard obokrata no anim ho ya na wode obo amane no so omampanyi John Dramani Mahama se enema huduo bie mu a abibremu ya hwere no ene niema bi mu ankofo bi agye afri yensemu ema ye hwe no osesa ne manyina ewo se etimi ebe awieye ya daily guard obokrata ebo ho amane ewo ha seye na also daily guard obokrata no anim a na wode Yera Frank asirifi ochre wode no fonyi ababeto a ena osi legal miners no oyedodo no a wo mu edi juma ha adwen papa enti no mo so ma take over eye Greco site awodo a etete wo mo pa ntimpanyifo hwe entu ho anamo ya chese daily guard obokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba na wo bo amane no se nadmo officer bako ene wotro nanom ewo nsie do ese omuhunu no na je se waye nyame dia wo ensuom ya yese daily guard obokrata enso ede ho amanebo ede aba na daily guard obokrata na obo amane no se maame bi a wode mfihia no aduana emienu watoa nanom ewo nsie do ewo galamse pit mu se galamse asem yi ede asem bebo mutu awon kata so no aye tumfo muntie no nipa nkwa ene ya na mode ato asane mutu galamse no a eya amon kata so my Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN atena se ye be copies ni akofa no nsia kase no ede abramu ye ba Ghana muntie efiada de no ye kyese ya kikire a ye beja muku ha ede amamo
Etiatie for sadia wonim no the obokrata musam na wati ye crossover ye copies 104.3.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
This is
Peace FM.
with all the news from Ghana.
Monsiambo, a higher Peace 104.3 FM. Omedi se nefia da no pe yamamu na mache. Adama se fideli da Peace FM. Mama kwaba edeba enefie. September babo so me da to so duonu nsia. Anopa no nsia ka segbo iso. Ka segbo yenyen kwan konkonkon. Enamo KFM ni Nita FM ka Peace FM ho abeka jansi na crash pause efikesie mu. Okokumasi a Hello FM. Awo kumasi despite abunsamu edum. Ano prestations a wom do ontoma bebo Peace FM dia no age kasebo yi edenam echen portals e waga na kwan mu oko social media no bo Peace 104.3 FM ebu bia so ubehu ya YouTube, TikTok, Zoom, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, X ni na ye wo ho na ano pe yesu nkonya ya mama chia de masema makwa abayi na ensema ye deba no eni
Kani omampeni abede she Dr. Lati Mahmoud Bawumia tutubi edi amani ya mampeni John Dramani Mahama se COVID-19 se nsem no wadi tu dwa yiwa nhie mu no wasi mampeni wo ye nhwehwe ne mu pa
ana ne mampeni se obeka no aka no aka ne biu ensem na wadi atu dwa ewo yu an omasetena to so edio watch no se ewiemu nsa kiraye emiemfe ni agro
Aswafo ya wo hwe niane ne kua wo sam so my Ghana mu aya mamra ne amane e ma system bi wa pa hontoma de ma ekuafo
na ye bekwa amanone nsemu no
Colombia man penny dia tudwa kire se sia de chese Donald Trump no wo ha adwere pa ne suba bi a wada ne di ne entwa yenti esi egusu a ye kase de wo gusu a wo mo ye hwehwem sabio entansa bo ne pa de a kwan ode de befa so no ese we ne sisi e ka kire wo
Europa League akansie no se de tudwa ne nsunsan so ina ye de ba Spanish La Liga eno so se kan ho a ye de ba enne anofo na enmekoya da Roma Lawson Herbal Center ene de Lawson Herbal Mixer dia ba eduro yi eye duro ba ko ayese abe asonfa so do so pa wonya nom loss na ba make say kim ene oni peduane ne yare to nkwanta mapa say tintontan yare bi ti say waye adwuma wie na obekọ fie osoma poso ya me honam ya me ya untumi ntinu mu kran ye malaria typhoid fever sa yare wi amabobo so malaria typhoid fever sa yare mi ense mu bi ache wo enye kra wa untumi ni di wa untumi na wa untumi nyare ano danti ya koko pa se bi etua woto ana se disease wo na mani se jobu kro no wonya nom loss na ba make say kim woni ni na to kwanta ma python tontan enro yi baby ato adro bia ebi wo ho etu from 0242 133 577 First Atlantic Bank ya say apotro was one place she ma ko ni say so mu gu ahodo say wo make save wo First Atlantic Bank a wo bank mu difference na said ya gba man yese ya jaba to 2-time digital bank of the year no yenyuma ene yedin se na yedin ya ne yenyuma esene se ya sum ye kosom esompa esum no so mu da wotrodo woni fo kire wo ho ansa no do sika beto bank woni fo kire wo ho ansa no ayo account mu adwuma bebi o abribia no First Atlantic Bank utumi ye account mu adwuma said ye se na fata refreshingly different bind stain remover when I did general cleaning no hwe ufie wo sinkim ufie o water closet mu ufie o floor say ya terrazzo say ya tiles say ya veranda ya cement say bia afini kikawa bi aka ho na wa ya wo di akasa ekuma dada mu na wo di aguso parazone wo describing brass etwiso wo de na beti mu oduru atwi na nso still enko a we unhia abetre mu odu bind 20 disinfectant AJA binding and aye foguso ubetumi de prayer kra afaso ebe ye onwa say o floor o sinkim emu beti say wan 0208 142 913 Janvita we yankoda aduane enkoda wo madi firi abosomi nsia no ekono patropi mema no gobe mema ni tuozafi mema na sapaji mi abete konkonte aduane a wo mudi ya Janvita yi nyama ya dia ye vitamins any minerals zinc iron any calcium ni na bi wo mu ye wo mu mo maize ana afei flavors no dia kan ni na dia odba akra na ya wo pe no any my favorite fama no and me koya da roma any this way chocolate drink the only ani so hie any ade ka se boyi eba akenkan for ye me ohene na kwame amo ena
gaganto lady ohene gwa kasebo ohene
Mampeni John Dramani Mahama kasa ewa United Nations amansanku batan no wo ma dada tetena wo mo kode ato sedio woche na mampeni kasa no se ase no se ewiem nsatra ye ehwo asema wo se yasa man nyina mani ye wo mo asem hia esan se ewiem sakra na sakra so sakra boni enye sakra papa enye ya chasa sisu ye ni mubra nsuo to ento obi aye ne hyehyɛ sa bra dia ye nsuo to nanso wo wa ewie bi e bonu nim no si abonten a etumi maka sakra to otrim yenim se bra we ko bra we sei eye hamatan eye ewiadea so hamatan be bo pepe ba microphone ntia papa se prekese nanso sa bra no bo se so bi firi at once na wie ma yekusu enya ka se eto a wo pata na mpata ene mampeni John Dramani Mahama se enwo be hia pa se ye be ye ewiem nsakyra ye no bibi na ndia ondi ogidi se emra no se ye no ntotua bi e wo United Nations wo no a efa ewiem nsakyra ye ho bambo no ase ache etwem se ado ase opanka e bredu se se ye no ntotua no ye ye no body works ne servicing asesam se de be ye betumi dia bo ewiem nsakyra ye ho ban no dia se mi tu jamra America mampeni Donald Trump edi na no tumu bi na okan brofo kasa se eye con job na je se ewiem sakra ye ho asem no se ye kan se ye de dada ye ho ye de dada akra ene mampeni John Dramani Mahama so de na no tumu bi a wakasa ye ewien wo se wo ba UN ho no a omo obambo batabo akuo eye Security Council na ba ne se na ewia sama bebrebe yi aman ba ko enum 5 pe ena amansan kuba tan bambo bataboa ku no womo na tumi wo wo mu nsem ada wo mu nko ne amanye wo wiase wo mu nko na se bi wo mu wano wo mu tumi de kasa wo mu nko na se bi wo mu wadwene wo mu tumi de dwen ada ni atam tumi aye bambo bataboa ku no e de ma amanu pe wo se se yu wanye ne sa no a ene na yu onankasa wo mu brofo wo mu kasa wo mu ye sovereign equity of all 8 members ene wo mu nyaka esan se sanse se ye ne santotie no kai wo san ka ye chimpe e wo se amanya manya wo wiase na nya kwan e wo UN bambo batabuo ko security council ni mu na so ko ba se atam de ma amanu mu pe Africa kranka ho a e wo ye ko ya na ye bai.
However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Wassan Shiri, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth-titled home. And he says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one burns their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey.
Man Penny John Dramani Mahama, Salamat Kuku Pencil, and a German boy by.
Kani Ghana ma penny abedi eche ye mrebi ohim Frank Akasiem edema MPP amanyoko e Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia na wakasa watch na se krom hade se wo my Ghana mu ayeti ehwehwe ni mu eye ni pa bi de papa ne dia wo kanyina ne se wase enu ada wate wo wonka bi hyemu enu wate se wo ma penny John Dramani Mahama ensem bia wode tudwa yuwa ne hyemu ya wo chesampa no krepa wagitum ese COVID-19 yade ne twiniti no wiase nyina na afedie patabridi aboye ebe yesika samto tuafa pempadia na egusu a echi ne to wafam a kyerese anyasem kuma kram wase wa my Ghana kra se biempedifo ya hu akamu ebi na anu na kane wa mampani abedi ekire wote no wase we die wano so kra watibi we die wani bebi afri eba montene so si ya mampani pa John Dramani Mahama en wo kan sem bi atisem na wode sansem wagina akoto dwa campaign to kese pa ode ahya so ewo apoa mantam wase wate asem ne ho jiri no awase egu na asintobro senti yankasa Ghana mampani John Dramani Mahama ena nepa wanya simpia ni apaso agina wode nsem bi atise wode etodwam wase ahyase ne kra de no wanyinni ti otie Peace FM kase bo otie ya ne atoe buase ya ye kyerekye mpa no wase a se Peace FM pa na aka asem na kyese ya mampani wakayem wase ne enti a wase egu na kyerese wodwene ho am wanti ase akra ne sem COVID-19 yade ne trinity ama Ghana yensa ka bi na beifo kra ntimi ntu COVID-19 yade we ha adwene pam emo my Ghana yesika sam ne ntoto ya fapem no etete propan sam ye na dafom se kontebem 2022 say COVID-19 yade nti Ghana for na ho kire wo hia enkwan kro na eku Ghana for na MPP aban ka no krem edi no kra kire Ghana for nti wo pie montre so ene Ghana for sene munim no fellow Ghanaians sene COVID-19 yade ne konti se ni wo hawa ye fem Russia for Ukraine tokwe so na fe Ghana for tintim ya kon wase bra ya mampani sa brenom his excellency Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo na wo bu o man ni yesiesi o man Ghana tutu nyoma yie na wo di no kura kire Ghana for no kire se NDC aban de no wo maye wo muti opposition ana mpuatwa na no wo mutwa wo kai pass ya mampani dada za brenom no ye candidate John Dramani Mahama ne campaign to ahodo no wo ye nyina ne sai ade ne de Ghana for yesika sam tutu ya fa pema enkoye no enye se bia eye COVID-19 sane MPP aban kana no na emum amemu na nkasa won hunu so won hu krampo no wo de ahyemu nti wo kire se eye amemu ntutu na sabiom lectures bebrebe ya no wo kem wo ntimi emfanye adwuma enti enedie kane wo mampani abedi kire se ye we die Ghana for masumadam se MPP aban kana krem MPP abadi no krem wo se enti se NDC fo eteso a ensam ne ba na afem akwakoye kataso muamuaso wani mpase ebremu de Ghana fo hunu sampa MPP abade no krem wan betena so Ghana fo ahotopa ne ensakanti nyame ya adoma 2028 general elections ne etie bianom wan beto abam e de ama MPP amanyoko sane beya eba ne sika santo to ya fapema wo betimi age Ghana fo asre ese wani eto aba ofam wo nhwai so wo betimi age na tum na afem wo mato aba e de amano
almost a economic mismanagement. I say COVID and yet a factor. Me omampenyi echo New York and omo oko ka say Africa nyina niema bo echo soro because of COVID. Semot Marty or say COVID ninti and a niema bo a course or say a lot of your effort at reduce poverty over 10 years or 20 years. COVID no edi sa effort nina abba form in just 2 years. Sa no kind enti sa asa onim sa but wanka election no enye sa onim ni kure no ba wanka yen yehu problem no omo ehu problem no enti nyame adom obi abehu bibia ne kure ne da enti 2028 yen sesan ya adwen yen fa emma Dr. Baomia ene MPP na yen fa economic management no enkoso because we got it right.
Ani ayekotie wono aye kane wo mampani abedi etire ohim franka eduma MPP amanyoko wo fiempino ani adunu na abatom ebremu de osanso president ne so aba na 2028 de Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia se wono ani ni pa wodi musafata ese ebetimi eye no sansam wegina Pius Beido Banson ene Troy
na ewansan from mu no Minister of Food and Agriculture Honorable Eric Opoku West Africa Agri Show and second annual National Livestock Day 2025 Expo. Where it media wo mudi ni brano. Edebo anyamu ho ban. Edodwendwena anyamu ho. Na wo ya no Grand Arena Wankran International Conference Center. Ano kokasa wase no se. Na se ya ni di media bi afan event mobile application plus system aba. Na dan makafo wo yen anyamu wo muntie. Na we dia koma wo mo pa. Event mobile application plus system media channel say honorable say wo wa bon say anyamo ya de bi free hen na abechi wo mabbo wo mo ya de ni bi wo a echi wo mo bo wo mo sa no a enche abodo bo ni pre trafficator fon no wu kojo to wo wu sa no a odi ni awieyeye untumi fa ne live soup untumi fa ne pepper soup untumi fa ne stew esan ya de na ewo nu nti na nti sa event mobile application plus system ya be ebeboama se bia obi ya poultry farm nkoko na ebia bear flu yare ya chi nkoko a ebo mu twa mo frede se mo ti ayesi na sum na ne kokko na ti se ye asa akra ni tu so a wo ye replay ya tim no da ho sa bear flu yare se akoba se poultry farm bi hu se bia sha se chi ne nkoko a ana ne nkoko na ye no fe azo mo yare wo mo nti apo a ewa ni afre veterinary fo wo mo hwe amwa no wo munya hu pe straight no ma woso at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture no ma ye munhwehwe muntam ti se yare bi na ebebo nkoko a na ehu ni ntam ni aso ano ntam na eni nkoko awu we trim say na anu yi swine flu any bear flu ba ye atete timpreko bracha se kwe atete anantwie mponti nwan and confirm double ni nkoko yi se ye nanka ya wasa event mobile application plus system a emi atumi hu yare ni ntam so ano a enke bia enke niewusa.
We have launched what we call event mobile application plus system. We are going to give this mobile systems to the livestock farmers wherever they are located. These systems will help you detect diseases on the farm. And as soon as you detect, you put it on the system, it will go to our laboratory. And the technical people at the laboratory will do the diagnosis, prefer the solution, and then immediately help us kill the whole thing so that we can avoid the spread of those diseases. Last 2 years or 3 years ago, we had the outbreak of the avian flu that devastated our farm, destroyed investments, and then rendered our farmers poor. It plunged them into abject poverty. We don't want that to happen again. So we are putting in place this system to help the farmers. This is a major breakthrough, a game-changing strategy that will secure your investment in the livestock space.
Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agriculture, and what's the and I work as a bio and was in Soba Ghana say no. Wo yansase eno so won sam na hunya papa won so mo amkoya agree ke wo school no so ye no ye wo mu miensa clay sandy ana ye wo lomi lomi so ye no say abo papa ema nyama udua etumi so do so Ghana nyame amoya bro yansase so ye ne senti ana wo ba mane se yansase ni ye ni ye se de be ya udidua ba bi hye ho a enka from nemo me be fifi na ma nyema ye dua e wo wiase ne afa na bebia no aye bebre aso do so ne ade abefo kwan aye fa so dua de nso so e ka ehun bi.
Productivity in Ghana is low, while our counterparts in other jurisdictions are able to harvest as huge as 5 tons per hectare. We are doing less than 2 tons per hectare. So it means that we have to manage our soils effectively. It also means that we have to test our seeds to make sure that we get the type that is suitable for our ecology. Then also we have to look at how we can moderate weather vulnerabilities. We have to look at how we can deploy technology to improve production. We have to get our farmers educated. So when they do some of these things, people begin to think that this is the new direction. This is the way we must go. We need to work to provide the food that we need, to protect the environment, to ensure that we preserve our resources for the use of this generation and the generation yet to come.
And today I attend Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agriculture. Nana yo answer from NAPS from Yensem Training Wako West Africa Agri Show and second annual National Livestock Day Expo 2025 yasia. Wadiaman boy ebaye.
Virginia, which now what the man show sada battle and Persiaso, and Roxanne Nelson Dafiama Pasaso, and lawyer ni Israel Tetem, Ghana Law Society, Penny Folk Ghana Bar Association, Aquaco PMO Supreme Court. Now, what they are working in the same Ghana Bar Association, France, Ghana Hadie, a quo cabumwa, a lawyer folk on one pet and a Gina Brane, will be to me more de che, one quan Legina Honum, then ni pay I do one some Aquadan Supreme Court nom, any power bo womu edi eya attorney general sasom na Ghana Bar Association so womu mra sanya beya wo betimi eyi wo ho ano na bra woto obo ase no wane nsentwerofo di nkomonom ene wo kirechirem se Ghana ha de wo so a lawyer fo ku ahodo a kire se nia wo bi enim pa ede ne ho eya Ghana Bar Association ntie bi wo hodom a womu atimi kwahye mra se wo ka kuo no ho anasa wo nka kuo no ho no ebusua wo se oye lawyer ni a wo hwe se wo betimi edi aye adwuma no wo se yenye ne sa enti we ya na moto we ya o mashase a wo mo ye no wo botai kese pa ne se wo mo hwe ni mo sane ye be ya Ghana ha sei Ghana Bar Association din na edo mo so no ye betimi asesa sa din no afi wo ye no esi nchen a ye betimi abokwan dia to honom sane ye be ya Ghana de ye ka ye kem obonsa a kirekerefo ya wo na grato honom ya wo na to honom sa pepepe no wo mo hwe ni mo as a legal associations no ye betimi atipi na enti akoba ne se enadue na bia ban ye te so ohwe se board bia wapam wo po bi obetimi aye rep a we lawyer ni a enye se de bia da ye kan ya na afi Ghana Bar Association fonkuto ene ye kwakoyi wo mo kire se entwa ye kura na nipa we lawyer ni a wo gire mu e de ama woni e de wo masama koda Supreme Court ye lawyer Jennifer Morris James what the sansemu ni nchechemu we nyina to dwanura bra no ani kwabramaafo edi nkomo sei
beginning no omatro wa article 17 was say obia e wo tumi a o de don also tumi a on fan don ko bi ofe enti so obia e wo tumi a obetumi don ko bi ofe a e ban le say e na sisi Ghana Bar for e kire say omo pe ene sa Ghana Bar Association na constitution no e make reference to enti after we there in fact a very good constitutional case for all lawyers and for even other associations even including medical association and even teachers because we share some parts of the laws we don't say ya sure say ebia teachers union omunya representation and na omoye specific city ano o say teacher union so you bebre o but your specific ones are ebia yin na yin enti omo na city ano nkofo ani say also represent those boards and the case we no any case just for Ghana Bar in fact a good constitutional exercise pana here
Ania ye kwatie wano lawyer ni a wojina diama plenty for natural say emrashe bedwani ya wojina kwade ma de hyiam wo South Dia Battle and Persius Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapasasom and a private legal practitioner Israel Tete Ghana Bar and as a Ghana Law Society F1 lawyer Jennifer Morris Jane anu se ye no ene ye sesa ansem wedie se ne esia ba no akwakoye emramu nsem tie pese ye kwa ase ne ekotietiem se ne esi tientino constitutional lawyer ye kwa ma no so ani ni kodi nkomo ye Samuel Fembet wakasa no wakire se ekoba ne se Ghana ha pa na lawyer fo ko no ye tipi na ka ho a wose ebeye hu ade ama Ghana
in the event that there are so many associations that are in existence, that they should all nominate members to those councils. The councils membership limited. There will be a very difficult overstretching of constitutional interpretation for the name Ghana Bar Association as appearing in the Constitution and other legislative documents to be read to include any other association of lawyers in Ghana. Now, say the constitutional amendment. Now say arguments in the Constitution Review Committee. Now say young amend those provisions to make it possible for other law associations to have representations on those councils there.
Constitutional lawyer Samuel Fembeti ebusia ye gina we so na ye twa ye ho sima yaba yebekwa mnone
The Amuka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Keka home. Niaubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokumimli.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV a need a wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Now monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua Hodwa or ton phones any home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde ne sɛ woyɛ na sɛ woyam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor.
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, Ghana and Penifo Bonabaso say, or say a real man for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudaswa, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amin, expert or one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia nurse for so, or what sema?
Amin Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology, na Sayadi.
So, one I will pay, and I are really the same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yaria expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah ohwato na wonso dia dance said the Ghana Fonia brochure for be dia dance no
Accra Amen Scientific e wodome Obesnet Flats and Alashibinso our Klagon ebe Shaman Road under bridge ope
o krabata p free non sure dia ben wo 0245 275254 ana 020 722 9505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yes, I'm a now call a biomedic by a Cassia Bopono Safi. I'm on a Cassia bomb. Colombia, man Penny, Gustavo Petro, and Walker San was say, that be or not, that be. One tiasia America man Penny. Donald Koku Trump, Subantanta Benono. Was it Subanfo Benono, one tiasium. Now one of dear Wakacha Trump said, Nitrimu day, Nitrimu day, power, Yenny Passabe, and was a quite biasia, dear Nisia de Tonoso. Now one of Petro Nissa was running net what's not, what's it is also come home. Now anything. Colombia man Penicha said, now what to one kill Bishop Winani, yes, America was here, a woman who says to want to be, and I'm Caribbean Pronoso. Na South Bonto ni pande timu no wo mu kwanu bone enti ehwadum America man na mpemisa wo ma mpemu wo hwasem wo mu ti ya ne se wo mu suma asraf wo popie mo ewo su bonto no so eni ni pembu ma wo mu ye mebunu eni tuto teta trese ye di wo mu bidia brada pemi eti no na bunku ntapa de ni padu mienu ni pa 12 eni eti na nanom ewo ensia dom na no na Colombia ma peni dia tuja wo trese ya no
aka amanfo se edubani se mo ko ya na pepa tuto wa de nipa du mienu nko afi wo mo sambia wo se hu nya ya de bia anu wa de ne pam wo se kwa wo mo ko ani etutura se mo di ye emebu no ko ati su bonto mo ko ani sabio egusia ye ka wo mo ni tro wo mo ni paniam pa wo betimi ede yi wo ho ano na watwa so acha se nyame ya adoma wo mo ba be sha se aye hwehwemu se akobo ko Trump sem enipa a waji won kwatu wo mo sem Colombia de se aka ho bibia en ye danka na cinema
ya ba pa mi ka se boyi ewo agudie mu na Europa League no se de ya body aso so mo ana agudie ni bi ekoso na FCSB wo mo ni go ahead Eagles and a boy go ahead Eagles tim ni dinu no akwadie nkomo ni waja waje FCSB go ahead Eagles na kabako a moment nyante ahead ni do mu goye na so moment nyante kan lili ni brand en nka ba ona boga ni campo di no do nu e campo ne piso dan na aka no e ye tim bidi wom ni lili boy lili se wom kam yenu e mo mutu baako Aston Villa ewo Britain wom ni Bologna and a boy wom se Bologna ka baako bolo entumi ante Ferin Barros wamni Victoria Pilsen and a boy Victoria Pilsen and a say a kid kan and a Ferin Barros for no Emma Victoria Pilsen wamo enkunim de na ntumi awie peye ekowie no mo abo 1-1 Rangers ne Genk is Rangers baako e moment mi ante FC Porto e bi ka na FC Porto wo mo Portugal wo me ne Salzburg e boy e ma wo mo se baako a Salzburg ntumi ante Stuttgart e se mienu e ma Celta Vigo e timu baako Utrecht e tena wo ma Lyon e se ne baako Free France me mo be se ne baako a wo ntumi ante Young Boys yeah, DJ Young Boy. Team be doing no, you're from Young Boys. One more time, Panathinaikos. I saw one can 9. Emma Bakope no mutimeti. Na Nyamiya Domua ene Girona ene Espanyol ebebo. Ena Ghana Premier League so. Eye ni Ebeka kura go bi anim se sa Ghana e boy league no. House of Folk ene 11 Wonders ebebo. Na nra Osasuna ene LT 1-1 and a Real Oviedo etno ma Barcelona ya United chin wo be sen be 5 yi SM yensa ema ze Real Oviedo na wo mu ni mbobo na Barcelona team we say etumi chewa yensa mu a kasebo nesi enyekwa wo mso ya sinu ya de kasebo yi ba ene anope yi eye Lawson Heba na da Roman yenya Lawson Heba mixer eduro nse wo nonum a wo ne yare ato nkwanta wapai ase dua batabo onu twa yetwa na papa general body pains wechi yawo na yawo nkotodwe yawo baby yawo ya weduro ni aboso no malaria yanse tini pa man ya bodo se kontomira edi ehweja gwenum ina to my favorite food kura wontimi ndi typhoid fever enya sa yare no wo mu na wo maduro tatashe eye Lawson Heba First Atlantic Bank refreshingly different uni embedi sa was obi account wo ye honne na osika no enye ebenyi e beso doso aye bebre ehun bambo de tumda ya ntete rough na bigda afi bebi owo bi anso so obetumi aye wo account mu adwuma bind stain remover de eye bind 20 disinfectant aje bind company na diaba wo de fagu stubborn stain na wo o sink wo toilet bowls ana diaka form bia nkwan bia mu ya yakura abankwan no aso tarajo so o tazo so waya enko by 20 disinfectant fagu so enu adi birika beko Yanvita yankura duane opesa akura ni yin from a wonye tikilinkila na ya ko hu ana fudo twodotwa emra wedi 6 months ekono man Yanvita na onni akura ni benyini aye from awa umuna na weni age this what chocolate drink do yan in sosie awade ya obehia dia ye adwuma a energy drink bia ntumi fa ma wo no e wo this way mu enyeku ya da woro na no pede no nsaka se boy ba ye ene amoti wo mu ye me ohini nana pa me amo ena
gaganto lady ohini bo aka sebo ohini
ya jabo fan ka to ba na se ko ba de bon ka ta ne fia de ba ye ne mu boso ya de bebe
Buying 20 disinfectant. Disinfectant papa bebia. Ekite jidye fritete. E buy nyende. Fakaka pite hona pepa. Ana.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana muntie 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 Ghana muntie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Asew. Now beka. Ya jon to ma miensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu wo hye kwa dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Kratch obepe e baba aware.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom. Ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. Ana this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so hye.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana muntie. Ghana muntie. Ghana muntie. Ghana muntie.
Jamal Kwabed the Bandits 100.9. And then Friday. Friday Boja, Friday Boja. And then 26 September the year 2025. The other trader Ponyako Pansa Saudi and Achaye. Amansancha me Kwabama Fueke Constable 1. Obabejinedra and I Mame Akusia Tonam. The Obonkrat ye Kajanagum. The producer and so on Kodo Damia do I the interviews in the Bible also. Now what you and Sam said ye call Enra ye man penying address or Komaya or United Nations from the General Assembly. A generator a year controversies baby wake away. It's an opay about say your man penny some of Kokaye. I am the crew through no Kaye. Anase mepacho or the Omina Quakoto Tankuru Bimuana Israel and the Palestinians and Tokwe. I said, they are causing a Gaza and Papraso. They take Gaza and Papraso, Gaza and yet nothing. Well, me bacho ya ba says any ashe. Me bacho Lands and Natural Resources Minister say the soldier for no. Or the soldier for kwakobo yusu and so one ye kwaye ho ban. Or see illegal miners and so much ye 1,400. Eti ano so ho. Now what you crona mo na ya mame Chief Justice Tokonu. Odo so the sense some of the akwakodan court. Also says where you na free say Chief Justice I don't know where you na free bench and so. Supreme Court bench in the kan yo. MPP presidential race and matters arising is so be born into one. Dr. Brandon Champon, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Engineer Kwabene Japan, Rambo Kennedy on here Japan, Dr. Yawaduchu. One more so I didn't say okay, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Dr. Brandon Champon, Dr. Yawaduchu. The doctor for near me and sound. And you were engineer Kwabene Japan. And I were a businessman, Honorable Kennedy on here Japan. Okay. Now what you cry so na a new Chief Justice. Your man penny nominating no you rubber for bonnet. Now change some messages. Now what kind of phobia? Are you regulars? Deborah can say one more cockot in a fear. And I'm saying one more appointment in after 7th December. No. And idea one more can say one more year validation because it's saying Pugu so dear Macasas are the Omoyan in Tamo. The man yen in term I'm one ever quetiamo. A church of four so dear war. A church of one crowd and now one month fall within that category. No. And no so much some more. It's a weekly retrospect in 70 billion. 125 02011 62746 02011 62746. Now what you answer na ye MPP one more youth wing and one more LED demonstration Because almost say kwakwa say work as any about becho. Oh, one year for opposition for me to be the two. It's in our choice demonstration in the course. And some are good one, your mamma. I'm a sancho make come the mouth for Geneja. Mammy, I could see a tonam as well, Geneja. For me, my chain. As a
radiadum now, sir.
Namiado Moko.
Radiasi, Sophia Boko,
and Namiado Wednesday. You go so crack.
I send him a sanka. Benadano and I say Ukua Danka. Yes, Bebananka.
Young Matoya. Naka Yako.
Say, ya.
Wama. But your break rado.
Radiadoma, Obeba next week.
Yes, Ubeba next week.
South Africa so far.
Sir, no cancer, Gobeba, a Benada Nazu Quada.
Ya man call for Tunton, Womuniama. A biddy, Womoja Padia Chiche, and near de. May I cry say a Benadano?
What baby?
Macquatina, baby.
Now where your Padia no be there.
Sir, Pabuane.
A Pabuane, Adia. And one you will go there.
As the Womotra said, war back.
Yeah.
Young Cassa, young coupon, I tell Wabre.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so Cassa, who be home mobile.
Oh, Sano much Wednesday.
I know what the walk.
Okay.
Auntie, Metty, Biasia, and the young coupon, I tell Wabre. The young coupon, I tell Wabre. And to what one must.
Wama.
Oh. Auntie, woman said next week.
Right,
they are dominant baby.
I saw for us and because next week or Beba.
Next week. Momwa Hunsi.
Yate.
Na oba ya nene na kodida eni
yo
asa se so asetena krampo
se yabre yabre enko
se nim se na menim se e ma jere ya mpase wo ba wo de mponko firi suru na beba
se sana cho na ma ati ase sen na awuye ide
ma jere mponko firi suru asem we de
mponko be firi mpa
wasoro mponko
yes
and wo mbetena so ne abofo ni nyina
yeah no ma sani aba say fite
asem we de
ai de
ekyere magene kakra enti magene mponko wasoro ho
mponko wo ho abofo wo ho
wa na feed wo mu
Omo ye fasting. Esoro mponko ne ye fasting kwa.
Asem we die. Because we be sami am ntumi hia. Say mponko wo soro. Enti eno aso na abofo ni nyina betena.
Yes.
Na edi wo mu asane afiri esoro aba.
Esoro aba no mo de edi Yesu anim. Still want to say, oh,
it's imagine. It's imagine. I am Ponko different. Intiasian now.
Bebajo, or Srum Ponko, me who am down. I didn't go for.
I come in Sabia, one ye trebi say, a be one Ponko nibi.
Now, Srum Ponko names are more on Tabai.
I know need to buy.
I said that my wonders of Alibaba Ponko woman.
I said I work for no one time. Yeah, one more 80 me fish.
I some way, dear Tremagine. Sir, was Srum Ponko one tabine. And Ponko no Benyan tabine at two at the above one in above
one to
Nam Ponkon wetu.
Aye.
Hey.
So when on say say nyame ye.
I said the otie.
Ni ye bia ye honhom. Wo say wo ye nipa. Nti won ti ase.
Ba say ne honhom ti me mu.
Ne honhom ti wo mu de but do ba bia nipa on say ye nipa na ye wo nipa ti bia ne ya na nipa su no dɔɔso.
Nipa su dɔɔso say asam menti ase na me bisa. Ebe de na nipa su abem. Me say ye mponko be na ode ba.
Osoro mponko.
Say asofo wo ha bebiri.
Asem we pa de. Anya sam me mu aye aduma acha nka me nyinni o.
Sa.
Revelation na wo. Say uji tro ni didi.
Anya sam me mu aye aduma acha ne nyina aye anuanom a. Asem a ma jare wo kan de nka me nyinni. Say mponko say wo soro mponko. Nani wa na ye wo mu wo ho.
Now kokan di semina. Revelation 19:11 to 16 no ebechiro.
What's he saying?
Na me kama.
What aponko so. Na ebesane aba. Asem we di.
Ojo awon ti ase.
Ayedin pa but say me ye Pentecost ni enti yaji.
I say okay 11 na. I say now I saw heaven open. And behold a white horse. And he who sat on him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he judges and makes war. His eyes were like a flame of fire. Church, no.
But sanya Yesu no boni.
Anya Yesu na wan. And on his head were many crowns. He had a name written that no one knew except himself. He was clothed with a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies in heaven, armies were clothed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. See no beba. Now out of his mouth goes a sharp sword. That with it. Now uchi anyway. You Bible now. In David pa.
Majeri.
Yes.
Enti asojafo nso wo ho.
Papa bi.
Asem yi de.
Asojafo
wo heaven. Wo mu kura weapons.
The papa bi pa.
Wo mu de beye den.
Wo mo hwe. Wo mo de ko otamfo no.
Asanka wono a wo boss ro ni asase no. Wono mpo enkanya se asojafo beba o.
Sa.
Woka ya na aye. Woto ne nsa because sa asojafo we ya wo ka se. Wo mu ni wo mu bebe. Se wo mu ba definitely you be retaliate.
Asa.
Because se wo ba ye so sa no a yenso you be retaliate. Ansa ye be kum biam wo mu aye wo ho.
Oza.
Asem we pa de.
Wadwe ho anti ase. Yakọ enu ma.
Ya blasphemy.
Why? Okay, how you need 100.9 Friday.
Ma tell me nim say.
Yes.
Nan say we steady bibi kakra. Ana say ya menko na mehunu ade ko.
Enu ya de ba de no.
I say obia minim no bia me fan say nipa no minim no then now obia ya akase minim say mahama na de ahoto aba o
amafa ya akase o
wo de aka wani say
na wo de o ya akase
no bia ya akase me de asame ya de wo me kasi ani me ho but womu minim womu nyina wodi ehwe adwuma mu ha se fie se baabi a wonim
amafa ya kese
ema no womu ya kese obi ya kese posifu a minim womu afese posi ni nam wono mu a tia isi a womu nyina fu abobbo bama
sa
a teacher fu a na minim womu isi a teacher nkuma gina wa wunhu no sem na me hu no ate womu nyina ya kase nkwa ama na di ahota ba na se ye didie no a
ana di ahwemo
ya kase dodo ya kase dodo
ana adi ahwo
obia ubewunu bia no aye kase
me na mfo bi a minimum ma wo wa ben me na mahu so ma ya kase ba kokra de me friend weekend na me chen say Charlie na no me ko you no so mark ade say aban papa ba na me so okay and no send him 200 cedis
hey
no send him 200 I'm so cry why are they
so once then be cro
obazan them
obi ya fine ya kase kama
ya zemo okay mama yanko ene mane yanhwe krata ne nsema wo akoso mo akwa ba mama yanko ene mane
akoso ho aye
bedasi amasanche
akoso de ono menya so se sound so ya de wo sa
me de wo mi sa
why is that kwabra no
ya de wo mi sa ti ebia be kaka
atia donko papa pipa
e ma de se edu ba bia wo no na ti
wo no ti me ba no wasa akese
e cha no wasanse with them me de
munya exercise munya exercise
ya na on se wunya time no enye e na de na on
se difufuo na akora ne benya ne fusu
se no fusu
se wo se
no wodi fufu awia wodi na nwumre
abedro no
maske wo be difufu wo be wie no
na bo se hu no kra
na wuga wo mu wie ana munya exercise
but necessary no de oba bie ni wa opese wo na wo oye kese sisia no ye tua o ni yakwa exercise o enti se nyame ye wadom na se wo body ni dada enye enne party o minye so se nipa ne bedi fufu awia ni
obewe na sakwa
ebi didi papa ebi no didi papa o ka tre no kura wontie ebi didi papa wo take advantage wa wo no ho wo be didi aduane ya no nkwala abrem wani nyina wo be didi
ache
omu se ebra ne ye wo nkro nketuwa no mu no wo na wanye kese a eno ye haram but tam na ye wo village no ya ukuna hwe yi enti wa se wa enti bi mu koto
ya se wa funu toto
omu sheda koto mojedu eno na etopa ye ne bibisa press bibisa no ma miss omu sheda ko no ma mese enti no obewie be 3 months na obekọ na ase som na ase 4 months
wa hyehyɛ
mese hu na my jerry hu no
wa hyehyɛ
still adam still wo ho bi ko oh there be my day ebiom wo ho mo sa koto sa mese no so opese oye tuto
enti na eche se no
so okay so no
wo mu nti woni wo wi a enka bia de ehia ye nkwan anase eburo ne nkate yesi eburo ne nkate kura wo wi a wonya nufusuo na dia fufuo ni banku nko a
ya bi se wo bedidi no wa ye kese aboro so na wo wi a wasen akwa ye exercise da bi se yesi mema tesi nsesa o David se ni ya te no yesi mema tesi nsesa enti se bia wo ye hwem stick no obefa awa e wo se otimi make sure se wa ye hwem stick sa de ama no wo sa wo obolobo so se o ka obolobo ma no sa wo ye slim na obia within a no wasesa okay amansancha mema tesi sa
At the end, okay.
Adam is a visa, yes, my taste is a. Maybe your penny packessia. We are near our peccassier. 10 a walk of crack peccassier. But almost a person, so no person worry no. On your wire was slim, no pearl slim, sir. And it's all the year bath, I won't say no or dodgy. There be. And to sound that net is saying.
CCA secondary school kwala no say womo school enti womo ba no na me pese womo ti ase say sisi a mema no womo agyae o
na make sure say enra me say Ghana Statistical Service almost we by December na be bi enchiti bi mo
sisi a the whole Ashanti region akanipe
2 pe na omo chiti
Kofi Asante ne ya wape
omo pe eni chiti na me many times how
na central region so be say aka beku printed the wajai na nkran so asafuate pe
na waka ewa memewe bia nchiti
mantem ni nyina ka nipa
meyensa Northern region crowd here say ho crowd here bi ni ho be me bia nchiti Northern region Ghana Statistical Service no grab by December no na be me bia nchiti bia
yes entimo sa secondary school nkwala no a maya madwene samo banti yempe ho
question me bisa amonsan chairman no say eno me wan yima no but
maka kire wo say nonsense CI the boss
nti nonsense wo twa kasa mo ye
bese kwa
wona wenya CI the boss wa your girlfriend ya nka ka say wo nyoma bedi agro opie kura me salute no say there be no mistake all correct madam sir
that's all
yo Mark
yanko anim
abusuafo teleguide the bokrata ya de mamu ate amamu akwaba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama yase wakofa asemu aba abrofo no se wokaye se yamode se nyamode asem we kura me kura maka pense enti Israelfo ene Palestinianfo ntokwa awomu kun ewiase nyina patre se yentumi mpata yani nipa bebrebe nti yentumi mpata anka ntre wonum se ade amoye no eyemu nyai se Russia ne Ukraine tokwai enti ye patre se that time pa Kofi Annan say United Nations for when Secretary General we were the same intimpo na wanya popular mpo si wo free him from wano ye heart ya United Nations sisi ano when Secretary General on se Kofi Annan free wano yansa danya nipa bia wo betumi ase Kofi Annan anem Kofi Annan what entokwa ni si ya apenu waduru ho entokwa ni si ya apenu waduru ho nia wo sisi akura minim ne din se wo free kuro beso se wo mu yi United Nations Secretary General aya wo mu nse wo bia on pentokwa wo nukurum ebinum wo wa entokwa no ayi wo mu depa yene ye peaceful nation enti si yi wo bia free hanom a nipa ko no pasomde abrofo ndi omo ntisa United Nations for wo mu ansi sani mu papa enti akosi omo patre se wo mu ntumi nko Israel for ho enkante wonum se Israelite yenim se mo na nyankopon se ne man no mo enkofo ya mo ne wo mo kun wo mu ntumi wo enti mu ntaso enya se na me kura de sanya me wanwa bio ni se ma jare enya mu kura ya na mo se Israelfo na ye nyame man ya awurade na ni wo mu anantia de besi nne ya ena Israelfo obi ka wo mu kura mpo a se wo kun nipa ba ko a make sure so maku dia 1 million asanem adia nso mo say yemfa nche 77 times 7 Israel for isi awurade asem no omu de ato baabi en wo mu ankasa de mrase wo mu nsem yani ya wa no say se bibisi a ye jaama nyame ono akoneko galam say kuyi isi ade eduru no tisi ye jaama no no ono abekoma yen ni ade ayanyem to okwemi ntumi nko
Braba kuma vie
okwemi ntumi nko braba kuma vie
One me konenko one me ham ni ham
hallelujah Erade ntumi nko
braba kuma vie
Israel for there sisi adie
omo akọ omo ntokwa
sadia na ye omo
na enye ye se ofrudua pa na ye pian wo nti se omo so omo ye
na nipakum bebrebe
omo so omo ntena se ma omo bebu nka won so
enye omo anase ye mfa nche 77 times 7
Israel for enye omo na wo cho Bible
but enye omo ne ye tro fa wo mu ho
se omo ka ho se omo na Moses di omo free Egypt
omo na then na say di omo suba asesa say
e wi ase ko na bibia asesa ho
anti ento kwank ye betumi apata ene ya nyina te wonom waya nsahan ena Israelfo ekum nipa omo akum nipa kum adai ena anokra de Gaza kuro no yeso wo matwa ho ahia en wo matwa ho ahia se wo mu kum nipa dodo wo mu so wo case si ade ye nkum wo mu ye ta kuro no ho ahia ena ekom ekum wo mu
obi nkom obi mba
United Nations for at the tracks ye din nuane best 100 tracks koya wo mu se o wo mu hia 100 wo mbe hia 1 en wo mo de 1 track pe en wo mo de ma wo mo se mo de monyi we na muni en wo bia nka se enti jedi am ka woboa Israel for enti mu anipa kum bebrebe ya eye anya wa na mere magani ene ayi mu nyina wo mu fire Jesus kurase yeso wo firi wo enti adai ena sisi ade musuba yesi musuba sesa dodo exploitation of African resources must end sisi Africa for asam no a woka no eye pa but yen ya agene ye say no Togo for da home wo mu nyina nso agene ye different this ye nyina ya agene ba ko illegal miners yo ene ye say wo mu ade nsam yi Greek of site ya hodo a wo mu wires ne nam nyina wo mu atita ne nyina no wo mu de ye galamse baabi a wo mu na pipe akase wo mu antennas akase high tension akase wo mu tu galamse wo no nyina
na ene de no kre ultimu se sa high tension poi ya normally ya obehu se na transformer ebo ase won se sa po no ya na ya akase nan ana bienu woni se o mutimi tu ase nyina
wo mutu
na obehu se eho na kapepo so nesi wo wo matu adidi erade wo madidi hu nyina tu won sa kape esie bi na post ni si so
woni me se anade me so da ye ne ye tu galam se wo kwan ene wo mo se traffic ache na me si akohwa de kro me du wo no na wo mu tu gold
we
e wo kwan no ne ye nyina gina wo ne ye hwe
we
ni ye na wo mu yi gold nkiti bebre bi ena ye gina wo ne ye hwe nti anka hwe na fe ma home ti na me bie mani
na wa home nti sei kwan mu a o pe baabi akọ no ehọ na yebetu good
ya se na admo officer bi ya konwo se wawu da nsuom ana waba bi a wanya mfrinsie de anamienu 42 years nso ono nso awu ato gadam safe amona no mu de bokrata daily guide eka ho asem daily guide nso na jeni bam se na watim wo mu adwuma yini ba akobi bam se woto ana nanom wanse do nya memfa ne kransi ya mamo ya akọwai urade enka no ho yo
abusiafo yemfa the Ghanaian Times obokrata no na yemfa nto aso ne no ena Omapenyi John Dramani Mahama wadi ne mfonyi ababeto abra okopie mu ewo UN General Assembly no eno wose wo hwe wiase afa na nyina wo pe continent ya anase baabi a wo mo edoso pa de a mabunu wo ho pa ya bibire mu aman mu na wo hwe ewiase nyina population no a enya asem ketwa yen abibire mu aman mu no African no ye 20 yen kwa wo Africans kwa no 25% of the world population now so o say wo share Security Council a ye ni seat ba kokora wo so adenti na wo say basa enti wo stress Security Council no omunya reform emfamfa ho ya the Ghanaian Times obokrata nso ede ho amanebo ede aba na Times obokrata no anim ase ena ode se Samzona wadi ne fonyi ababeto a ena wo say galamse kun ya ye ni abresi ye etu ase no wo si tu de obeye wo afa mu de na nso so wo se ahenfo nkan wa lalai enye yie o enye yie enti wo se sahenfo ede wo mutumi eta akire na won so ede wo mon nan esifam na wo so yese yeso ya wi ata so se galamse no ye mpini mo muntu a wo se eno esempo kura akoko aban ne mro na ankoye sa na koye sa aban ne nko na afa bɔ ne bo so ati tax force wo fa ha wo tu galamse ase no se enye ahemfo nso fo mutumi enta akire se de be ya ebetimi aboa na nye de bia na ye de mra nko ba beka se ebetu galamse ase na Ghana ye mra no den de do bi wo se mra no wo na fomu de wo eye na ahemfo nso tumi enso wo na fomu de a ebeye enti ye hwe se ahemfo nso ede wo mutumi ebeboa se de be ya ye betimi atu galamse ekon na ase anya sa de a ye nkwaye ye nsu wansuwa ye kokko afuo ensase a ye benya de ye kua no ni nyina ene ye dwira gui ebi krampo no anipa no so tu o betu no kwa de ye bo de etu no po de mempo de wutu a hame ba se obetu a o nkata so no eno na ya na hame se no na amansan cha me no wo kan se maame bia se 42 years akoto galamse pitim we ya ye wo kata so a ka we nya de obi bewu wo tehwe a o kokoto asase pese so ni kotodwani na ebe roro so obewu odi enke emma so enti se Samjona se ahemfu wonfa wo tumi enka ho se de be ya galamse kon no ye betimi atu ase ya the Ghanaian Times obokrata de ho amanebo ede aba na Times obokrata na ebo amane no so Ghana o ene yada a national energy compact edi ya eba beboa mayanya reliable energy enyina ma hoden a ejana nanso de mu oden ya the Ghanaian Times obokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba na Times obokrata no anim ha ene ode Vice President Professor Jena na Opoku Agyeman na ode nfo yin ababeto ha ene wo se aban no ede niema egu akwan mu se wobeboa na district assemblies ahodo e wo ma we mu no wo mu dwumadi ahodo a wo mu eye no ebetimi awie peyo enti aban no de sika 2 billion Ghana cedis e de boa se ukopie mu e wo assembly no a omo local levels no a omo mpuntu obi mu a ya na omo yiye ya na sika no ya na enso nti bo se project ba ko na kan sinsemu ene ye betwi DC ya MC ya ene ye frame mayor ena project mu wieye mu wieye mo beboso akansinsemu ya na de ya na eta akansinsemu pa ya na ya na de ya na toilet facility yo mu wie da omu wie o minim nye ti toilet facility omu timi sia na adu lentil ana bi kwati mi boso si ye be wie ni ye be hye sink omutibi to ne amane nya gudan ni mu o ya wodwe ho a wonte ase market no ye be si media yi baako bi asahwiwe a ye be yi omusi baako sehwi asafo minimpo so ma bia no de a wo ma si awia bobibia so da bia eboako mom boako o ma si awia bobibia so kama minimpo si bia eno so ya na ye den o isi an ye de 2 billion abrem mo nyena mo fa wie project ahodo no a adwa no a mo asi na mo wie ye school dan no a mo asi a mo nfa ni nyina ensi 2 billion into district assembly common fund omo de be support wo
2 billion new cities ya na say 2 billion
2 billion Ghana cedis
Ghana cedis
say common fund assemblies ni nyina
nti assembly bi anya 2 billion
no omo de ma wo
nyina anya 2 billion
ani omo de asoso omo niema ne so enti ni acheche de ama wo mo nti nya assembly bia na benya 2 billion no
menim say wo mu nyina obi anya 2 billion yo abusiafo ma memfa de bokrata your friend is a Ghanaian point emre His Excellency the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia and wadi ni mfoni abetu anu mi say ya wasene space no a wadi di Vice President no asisi yi wasa ade apre flag bearer no na ade abaako a edanso wono ho ne say Dr. Mahmood Bawumia wo wani ntonwi na ni ntonwi edoso pa wo wani ntonwi bebre na nintonwi te setemfo wo nwi pa ewo na ni ati se wote kura wotremo se wotremo kura acha 1 week ebesa ba bebre yes wo nwi pa especially nintonwi no ne de no doso ena sisi anso campaign nti ya stress wano stress ba no so anu wo yekese isi a wa yekese kakra because there is so much stress on him. Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia, Papa, I greet you this morning. How are you doing? It's been a while. Yes, it's been a while. Thank you. God bless you. Ako ya madam for pa.
Oh, okay.
Sir. I am madam for papa. And forever and ever grateful to him. Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia. Apa metia wa no pay. Sa wo ho ye. Aha, watade ye no efe pa de se wo a wodaga ne empantie ni mu ano efe. What I say? 2028 MPP for to abano no meye flag bearer de ehia no de wo hia ne se wo mu beto aba ama no flag bearer ba ko pe nkunimdie bebre eno ano no eno wo de bebre MPP for oba be di president 2028 ononyamfo Brian Champon ena wo defend ye wo se MPP fees test resources fullness no obe defend anopa area enyimre ni anajo si aka obi a wabo party no ho kapa wa MPP abakosemu a obi ani won mo Brian Champon etre se dia ofuru dia pa no ene ye pia no MPP dana kuma so pa until this time around omuma no akwanya womu fa tumi ni nsa so womu di tumi nsa ebia samo penoma flag bearer ya obekwa akodi nkuguo di ya eno de anyeden ba sam pipi so womu ni abre pe flag bearer obetumi di nkunimdie ade abre MPP amanyoko di ya eye wono Dr. Brian Champon omuntu abama no abrantie eneso owusu bempa aboa papu ene yeta de frɛ no wose saa etata ye ne ehunahuna bebrebe nyina eye Canada Japan tia Canada Japan a was support no wonti ɛna wo mu asada mu obi akyerɛ ne ho krata ɛde akɔma kodua na wo mu di mirika bɛnanso sɛ ɛn wo wusu bɛmpa ya to nsa afrɛ ne ho ahwan waka nsɛm yegu party ne ho fi wɔse ɛnya se ɛyɛ ehunahuna kɛkɛ ɛyɛ Canada kumpra ko Japan a was support ne nti ɛna wo mu de ne wato wɔtankuru wa mu Onyonyamfo Emmanuel Amakofibu ne mfoni da Ghanaian panti anim ha no wɔkyɛ sɛ sɛ wo hyɛ illegal miners a wo mate wonum abosome nwɔtwe sɛ wo compare to mampani na na adodankɔ Akufo-Addo illegal miners no ne mfie a wɔbɛtena akonnwa so nyinaa nipa 800 pɛ ne yɛkye wo mu na wɔno 8 month pɛ yɛate 1,400 illegal miners. Etasi wenibra womude kosa okono. Health expert bi. Your friend Dr. Salom Kutori. Onena wadaha nimisi wakasi. Wasi shisha. Alcohol. Ena sex ya womu yano ntem. Eka hu ema mani nyadi your friend say cervical cancer. Ntem pa. Enti mu a minim se ade na aba wonum so saa sisa no a monum no ade amfaso pa na munya wom ade wei ya soja na nwusie wom ni ya te ahoma tenten wate ahoma na watewo se premayo se de
life
se suatrao na watia na nwusie no nam ne hwinim na bi kwa competition ebi so obetumi ama nwusie no efiri na sumu aba emanu a omukọ club a womu nsa dross no womu kura de womu tumi de ya competition say wo de a opa me te wo behu bebi nwusie no bi befiri aba pam
epiesu ho ba nyina
so wotem wo yepe wo jagu na numu a no wasisi ni ba bia kwan na baby a opese nwusie ni free ban
di ama ne hunu ni
na enam wonom so
asebeni
na epie enam wohu na eba na de ye hunu kura ne se hwe baby a nwusie ni free ba wa wote nkyɛn a obegye saa home no akɔ mu no hede ebe
media saa imusie na ya na omutwen ya na hwiam nti na ya na omutwen ana se efa ono emawo boat se de wanom alcohol
na menim se saa ma no ade embe pa na omo kɔ club omo nsa dross yo eye ade ese no top no pɛ eno anu no enu wo mutena ho no waka ne na aboso enti wait ya ena obi a sisa na homa no wo mu ate abesi wo
se we trigger kana
wo mutumi ya competition say yes baby obi betumi ama nwusie no efiri ho aba kese enti wait ya otia bebre na ekonimu enti ekonimu saa no a na wayeyere ne to anso obedi kan yere ne to na wayeyere naso na wasi ne hune nti wayere ne to wasi ne hune wasi naso a obenwa se ene moho bat se hurricane Katrina ho se eyedien yo ya se sankofo no cervical cancer mu betumi enya ena alcohol wononyamfo Emmanuel Amakofibu sisi ade ako galamsey ntukwa no okun enti wo this time ajari MPP tena aso nyina omuti nipa yetende NDC 8 month per 1,004
Bamenya Mocheni interrogate matters. Mahmoud Kabori Nekasa demand the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Mahmoud Mache.
Yeah, bro. This is about McJay.
Now, bomb to Zembra.
I don't want Pabo. I hear you so you go kaka.
Yeah, then you go pass. Na, wo minister and our boss. And some of the atuja, ye quiet and so and so I do soldier for Quaco Bonho by. Till the moment, as a journey say.
Maka no point my na wase me mo abaso oni apamfo nyina me a penny kwabra mafo ene international producer da me busu ko nyina ma me nche wati for ono age brede and adaketi need anopai em so kun a ye kun atia gadam sei no ye komo a daga na fo nyina koma so ye pa na sei wo hwe se de komo no start na dodo no akuda su said the idea in the action channel. I was a padia a bit to me. I with the show now. You to a see who cat now on my no fun to my part of fra. I don't see Ben our tree, then our tree. You know, soon in the minister here said, David, or no other call. Now she say, you can't go up. What's it for my husband? And fast what Ben a debra of my Ghana. Tinano, you could pay more could be a friend of yours. Ah, one uncle brand tree a walk. Na engine boat so bad of me and San Quentin Bay or hard your Kunobapo 191 kilometers stretch BP dominancy. Na dear who no Obrani Becca said it was an ISO. Even though Uncle Brano activity levels compared to July 2024, now a 3,920. And they have no said Uncle Brano activity level no a 2,720. Even though there's been a considerable drop in the turbidity levels. But Minister Phil said your person would yan so person would ya never gun of winning and yes, Anna, when yan no. Now, when you say so be a 3 or 5 brutal, who be here say, your bones on home, I never did become quiet on home. Now, I bought me a ball, so home by say, so way I am one. And today renewed and intensified government efforts, and said, they say, dear, yet the annual month for the seriousness we are attaching to it. And Team tone time, Pablo to know it's now a security zone. Thousand I water bodies, and also a security zone. Fabio, we say, quite be a evil forest. More dear room. Now, open up room, no one must. And now, open your book one. Then they know be the country. Was there from 1 hour duty, Papa Jack, the map. I had liberty some. I atumuga mua, atokrodua, say dear. Or man, I found to a different level. Me no Casaya. Ogutuka International but a deal same was right. And amalgamation of all the video agencies or mobile and the 9 was no. Sabi police one entity yet, army one entity yet, immigration one entity yet, narcotic for one entity yet. Today, rooming ne boom some popular and said, yeah. Now, who being here so busy, I know my identity, yes, on instead of bit my year, you man a boom, Yanya so fast. One Marcos and our tributes and me and a minister didn't even young copias here. Now, I have a diploma permanently to your water bodies and river bodies. And yen forest, young person will be busy will be impo, no papa say BB.
Na ye ken Kamori. Bueno ehia parliamentary legislation be and rectification be. Ansana yetu sana mo because wame anya ne tie se soldier for ne be kwa. Let us mo ko afebo kakra.
Said be a control. Banjari, forest in a down or wura, sugar so nearby. And Tiabano forest in the other side, or Baba Bohom permanently, or Bohom Maya. Making is I don't know, some get the identity be that. I don't see a Abenda Padian and perform with the Kuntra Suria. Abenda Padian will be the Kuntra Suquaso Selmo, and I feed a man or any about who's the daddy, when the Quampa, the bois. I mean, it's my bunya Padian home by. Ya bon fa home by near bon man home by there. Maybe say we are there. I was here sensing home near door no na among people be telling me or mother to say I think we have this come for human rights in the account. Indeed, communities are quite blue to any subordinate that honor. There is some level of engagement there also. That a bear wolf will be bank quiet and go back to what will be quiet you will not buy a can. There is a parameter buffer and the pampimua, which Mark did Jacopim Nawasa, which is said, Penny say, I want to plan an hour. or the diplomat so no the deal to that so there's a limit you can go and there is a limit you cannot go beyond. Maybe now you say yeah, Kuma for one area the bomb or man gonna born on the area bomb. To the young the one here, I was here thinking and I said, no a fire say.
Okay, 18 and maybe say so. Here legislation be Sanda Motuwe.
Maybe baby ministry don't have any no. Any say we legislation. Say a state of emergency and ye declared there and maybe also called parliament timelines that one near no near but we dear a talk about that one modisha minus and one walking what pitching to a different level, which I do not believe said it warrants any legislation as far as this matter is of concern.
Minister Kase Womache illegal miners 14,400. Yes. Na enono enecha say womo wa he.
Me don't say most of them are various stages of prosecution. Depending on the degree of their situation, more accountable more every city court. Also have been granted a legal bail, prosecution, and as a court that should do almost them and all of that. Also you should move that so costly. Because most of them no over corona sabi mini abema hantu bi osha branti sum ne ko mu nkawa would use a way a come any blend or then about excavator this wonya sika nkoto. So those people so you don't know more about pioneer before so mbetimaboye and lead you to the real kingpins and financiers of this illicit activity. Everything abona at the year 2 years na you society na no hada a arrest or Libri Forester or Muboy and lead to or want to mean a conta mining syndicate and onche or moving. So a various stages of prosecution and an in our Minoka saying a BIF, but said the war we see the wheels of justice wind by very slowly. Until Yeni Attorney General Eddie Etukis IFS. In the coming days, the Ministry of Lands and Attorney General will find a more legal model about city galamsey issues. Then there was a buyer and yes, we are galamsey near Chewa, who the street path to set more or less like a fast track court. Now the Ukujiro, the Wutia, Patasika Biama, they were saying the Kosi issue, so there will be a piano. Now, and why intend to begin to even deterring other people from engaging in the same venture, however, my Ghana. So I must admit, say the wheel of justice has been wound very slowly. But in Sankan, some strides has also been made. We share water pumps in the and people Ghana Koya, for 13 years, over the 890 900 Ramakan are confiscated in the first batch in England. Nura or Anandia and our baby papa when we are and it is 900 pumping machines in the legally court are confiscated to the state. Yadina was handed over to the Ministry of Agriculture. One and animal queer for queer more. The friend of that your kind of education. I feel bad the eco season or quite blue to Muswa. And also Forest Commission, one should be up for court. Minuka says excavator bay 54 here, and also court to a general Maraswa confiscated to the state. And also in the coming days, based on the directive of Mampenino, the development agency, because you see a coma drip of what the development assembly, no more the attitude got them, said you could have fire Fibiano, and so able to be active.
Nasa 1,004, no more the campaigns, and now one more the front liners, or more the Omusi Amunem.
See, I said him, Dikan, no. A puntum France, or Ubia Kahumbi. Once we have two say Ujina Bonena Hundia. Then he said, Namwa, you children and fear Saint. And he said, Ujina Hono, Sena as supplier, who you operator, who you financier, one as a fire and a chum. Intimating your casse, and yet one category of people. It's an amalgamation of people now, Omunino, Omuni make it up 1,400. And I think this is very significant. And Untina, my lady, say me maybe before she did kind, no person would dig and I'm saying, come way bosso, no more cars, said the only before. You know, when you're because
but come on, Pacho, me ba. Why MPP me na me so me bisa political, me political space in the Bukakra. MPP for mo wa ben me enye so wo man chibio basabre no na the current president ekokan say one more kra machi woman no ye be grant amnesty and na is it the way to fight or to assist in fighting the illegal mining and what you know sign be can say ono no ba campaigns no and be dealing with them if you are sounding political na these statements and so historical antecedents how do you marry the two?
He said, Nana Petiku here, Uta from a quadrant and poem, you know, to China from Mustafa car by you. Sabia son said your front to Magari. Saying in us here, Kumbi, I put your mind. Now, Ubi a teenage Jinafa, no Fatichia, Kachinia, Manuputichi. None a party for the woman, Nagana for one woman, no haggling. So it was the injustice that coupled and fueled the operation at the time, you know. And then opposition leader said, and then to an entry. Say, Betty party near Jano, near Chigan and near Quabuja, the Natudia, and the will be influenced, Fiasi. Then start on a clean sheet. Now, feeling some Ramuni, we are so full, we are new, we are Majonio, Ukutia, Wakuatia, and to see a diamond someday. I think that was very profound. Because look at the people of Chamawin to me. Look at the people like Charles Bishu and Co. Party Jessica. Look at all the people from Bob Water report to Bob meeting or now so I buy to man Cheba Kokra. Now Brante no Timan Suton to Krum, Manso Datano, Manswan Bore, now or no the okay Vinia Children to a fiasi, that's what you do at Tiwa Usino, not to a fiasino. That was very impartial way of leading a country. I don't think I remember penny this or Yano, and I'm a manifesta, dear Okaino. But the layer, I can say, the story is not the same. Obia no waja NDC ni kwachi NDP ni. Obia no waja NDC ni kwachi Ghana ni. Say impokra na ya meto say wo ye na Ghana fo bi susu say based on allegation susu say omu susu say ehwe anim kura Ghana say obetima ye bia. Mampani entina so the relevant investigative body no any hwehwe mu fake of the court as a factor. In the case of me I'm a boss or Joseph Yami. In the case of Abanga, in the case of Honorable Labi of Owin constituent, all these people are going through 3 stages of investigation. What you on another than going before the offense. I don't think you say. So many one for who almost say. Now, by a show, who now be who increase custodial sentence. You will be gonna say, Obi gonna say near China. First, you 5 years and Fanko 50 years. The second level, no, so you 10 years and go 25 years. Yet the total arrest you made in your entire regime was 831. He part 35 pay, and now you prepare for court, representing 4%. In less than 1 year, someone has made over 1,400 arrests. Omuyina at various stages of prosecution. Now, so another 1 year there, and young abortion, young one asylum, sense or Yababonia. Let me name the whole part. And so, in all facets of Galamsey fight, I can say on authority that this government has done in 8 months, has done better than they did in 8 years. But they are not our benchmark. Their benchmark is the Ghana for fair. Their benchmark is the Sudan liberty. Their benchmark is the I and the Habamuno. No, my Ghana is on Paso. In I friend to my friend. As I say, can engineer Nakatu. Soon say, she may na.
Etiaka say, arrest Akoso. Excavators seized. One more music on excavators and more release be maybe Anna.
I must admit, sir, over Kaya Shasha Nina Bamontin because uncoordinated operation near their machine to be bad, you might get him. A no crown and I'm so my son call back to the drawing board. No, you call what we call recalibration, a BFA, what we call the name of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat. I feel you want to see and don't be a coordinated platform or illegal operations in our bay. But the didn't see every more trash here. One of legally mining companies among for Nimo Mundimuti, every concession. A Kodia, Obekaya, Small Scale Miners Association, Constant Small Scale Miners Association, buyer, Emma, a beautiful and the minister, Obi also legally or one and cracker, let's have a fun machine, or apply through that general. Any investigation send a matter. Now they also identify the money at the amount. You can say all those investigations has happened and people who are deemed to receive the excavators back, must go through the process. to me, I receive the omo there. I might not be able to give you the exact figure as at now because it's an evolving story and a developing issue. And to tell the exact figure how many people went through that process and I must have to check from the Attorney General now to me about that accurate figure. But I can say on authority say BB Saakoswa, it was in the interest of Ghana and the interest of the Ghanaian businessmen.
Say obi be bisa say enti illegal mining enkoso ana ekoso
Majari ekoso enkoso di anke baka ye dinkunim but the can say she say be dinkunim we are stopping the bleeding make us galamse to atwan na bibia ni ho akrumo e friend galamse anama any Ghana for ndi ye illegal mining is happening. And that is why government continue on daily basis to intensify its efforts to clamp down. Ade no akwaya no ho aboa kromfo. Enti ade eche bia wo mu osune ban foforo mo dan bi. Enu nti na wo say aban you say we stick to one strategy. I was also very dynamic in your strategy. So that even your intelligence gathering, verifying of your intel, and making sure that you do coordinated soups and operations. Meaning I name a hobby here, say aban here na oye. When him say the Aman require permanent stay of the river bodies and they say traveling along the Ankobrana. Obia ni Ankobrana no awaye galam say yet Ankobrana nim here. Then later year who said, hey, we'll be betting up for 100 meters, 200 meters away. Now what there's no bear fast the other two Ankobrana. Brubeno ba ko twi Ankobrana so no bi e de akwa in the galam say. And as Brubeno ba ko so feel na bi mo e din so fino. If you do not have permanent military and security stay on the Ankobra, some of these things will continue to fester and Ankobra and anything that. And the daily said your wood system or movement, the year or movement bush market there, system or mandabutu, and then I advise the government and also your day, but wait, they say that area is a security zone. And Okohona the better you'll be full of wow. And you'll be in a commentary. Was Yakuana or duty about the number.
Enti no abanesano ebeye specific water bodies be specific forest reserves be.
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yes. But you said you first soldier for Kotina Afram war Tiase and I said Dungukrum and I said a chairman from Mua. Now also Mexico,
yeah.
So we are targeting riverine bodies in the endemic areas. The area that I'm saying at next things soon. A honor focus on a was here. Me did say the Abayan will honor them and you be crack or not. So I didn't need a betcher in Sue for the Aka and no a ball mine. Sounds on a quite brutal room. A bear have me near the watching. And what we are now, we want 2 years to asset where I say Patara, and non as a see and I am major target. The collaborate to which so facial tablet, Jimra extension at 12 range, collaborate to which is Afao Hills, Subri, Canonibri, and Mia Futuni and Yin Nano. Nina Casan collaborate to know, and also a benya permanent military stay at Boa, and not getting a boss up and home by Sebe, yes, say. The more the every time I say uncle. Now the aka no the at all cost or see a bohu by ye na Ghana for you now in your son for sopa.
Eba land reclamation na more you can say it's a shaby or ho say bet me reclaim yen sansi a wo matutu aja ho.
No credit sanse ni panaduma wodi ye krono. Na mara bi ante nti unhunu de oye mpo na ama na gbe nti ya ono wo wi aye wa say e bibi na asase no ko ese nkosi ise asamba ye o mine ne kam ti bibi sa no ye won to share wo minerals commission that's the want to share responsible cooperative mining na itimi CC na asase no ne kwaye no sa fa no to mapa ifra na mom license miners de wo mo share from ko ho a oduma di no a wo kudi no ankasa no ko wani nyina na wo CC asase no we na would be a for chida in yes say part is so said we adwuma no kra no na asase a edit at the mount what is it come no see dey before fra e na chire no ba so for fra e tinye gina so ama obi bi say sa we ni be ya be ye true share for fra minister over Amakofu, a day by a mining act, a mining policy, by anything. Say, may a man anonymous British center state in the licensing regime. Before graduate Magari license, so on Patrimon Bunia, and put to Sikapokono. I also did a Patrimon Bunia, none more Bruno Assas, Gamudi was on Wasiam, was Sia Hemafo, was Sia Pia for him, as Jumadia Magari Uber and Saints would say, who may prove be a cool. We are what's the kind of also be seen as an amenity that them when you now turn anonymous suma, then they will write in a form of authorization note to minister say, Mrantia means Kabore, Ura Kabramafo, Odame, and then Magari Obayan. Magari and seven are to your shoes and say you should say fire and say you fool. A vessel cried the Rima bread, Mabu the Wukuma, into lines of Senator among the 4 people, former Magari. Then minister will now act and give you the license. Into the days of self license will be new penny do one kind. No, according to Kutieti and Nani as some of my Masanomo and Matrius will come. Now, so we will do my way and all CCs are sending again. In United is becoming a thing of the past. Another antidote to I know so a day back, say with my proper reclamation and anything. With him say small scale concession, a cannot be a doing in 25.2 acres any year small scale mining concession. But license is not the man, 3 years. And to my judges will be one for the also within just about 6 months, 1 year. Now 25.2 acres, what funta mean in our house. Now, see, what did you last year? Because Obia Pova, who are you license and send license in where license and also let us say active. And the minister said, Obia or better or mining, no. So capacity grow small scale. Let's introduce a friend of medium scale mining regime. That the Bayer will be an small scale. Young come out small scale. The more medium scale, where the dishwasher TSC. So now more the end of the small scale. One also the other medium, not the last scale. The way you between your opinion, be out to the process. I can hear CC, a brayer, big one worry. And to when I want to front up, you say, I was a punch with big work at the same time. Yes, a galam saying, you be to us here, no, my Ghana, I found on top of that.
Okay. And so far, 9 months, when operations no air saying, Enra, many concerned miners association for Kasai. One must say, Wama a launch, Wama tax force, be on the complement 9 months. And besides, and one more bomb because already not task force is in a baby. And more synchronize, more try some way, more integrating na yenya one secretariat, I be in charge. Martin baby.
Well, officially, my swear, but the minimum say a bit guidance be a no. Me this say you, Papa so pound maso nyana no mode. Ebi anye almost selfish interest be no more. And no quite to be buami who owns a legally concession and who doesn't own one. But me this say quite a bit to no there. Your far concession mass mosque miner be a. Thousand and so no here. Your far license ma will be a. And it doesn't really care whether small.
Mahmoud. Hey. Mahmoud. Kabari. Okay. Kabari. There be and cutting them so why disengage. Kabari.
Yes, sir.
I am said BB engage you.
Fachamin.
Okay.
And let me say, yes, some can crack and yes, I can hear you more. Seem to be a woman near veteran. Now, Papa, so woman here, debate to my babuano. Send the back for and down for. No, minor. I found to my preference.
Say 9 months and a pair and a year, Juma.
The only recognized official body from government are or yet tasked with the mandate to fight illegal mining by doing intelligent gathering, intelligent verification, and operation in soups. The National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, the Canada, for 9 months. One more, and I'll buy the job into the Aswa.
Okay. Kabara no pay that's it.
Majere, that's a baby. Me say what you for you now.
It's you for just. Matter. I know about why. no one at Tifia. That's right. Yane a year spokesperson demand the Lands and Natural Resources Minister friend Mahmoud Kabori on any no edi enkomai inti wache nia ekoso.
Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie Ghana Muntie.
As fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If reality which is fact-based and straightforward seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, the United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular. I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Wasan Shire, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell it slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property, in quotes, and that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us. And we must insist on value addition to these resources. We're tired of the continued image of poverty-stricken, disease-ridden rural communities living at the periphery of huge foreign-controlled natural resource concession areas. We're tired of having people extract the most they can from us and in return offer us the very least by way of respect, consideration, and dignity. We're tired of not being represented in ways that reveal the richness and complexity of our history or acknowledge all that we have overcome to arrive here in this liminal space of untold possibilities. Allow me to echo the Indian-American writer Arundhati Roy, who wrote, "Another world is not only possible, she's on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her briefing." I want to add that for the sake of Africa, and quite selfishly for the sake of my 18-year-old daughter, I hope that this new world that is arriving is a place of safety and equality for women and girls. To succeed, we must empower everyone, including women and girls, to reach their full potential. In closing, Madam President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to preside over this historic 80th General Assembly and on being the 5th woman to hold this distinction. I'd also like to congratulate Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on being the first woman Vice President of Ghana. Now every Ghanaian girl knows the heights to which she can ascend. Words matter, but issues of representation matter even more, which is why Ghana looks forward to the appointment of a woman as Secretary General of this organization in the near future. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie.
Ghana man penyin His Excellency John Dramani Mahama n'address okomaye United Nations General Assembly meeting. And wakodwudwam ewo ho. De enkoye wakane bebe. Amaboze na mapenyin na Gaza die na na line we why. Basa wadwudwam yenkoye nim. Atona.
Mike Jerry.
That's right. Enkwe ni frankata ne.
Na yekwa enim dia na yemfa the Ghanaian publisher na yemfa ntoaso eno ena wode Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ababeto wose kane mampenyi abedi echire ena 2024 abatoa yekoye no onu na otu frankama MPP amanyuku no ena wose ukopie mu awapoye mantemu a 15 MPs ya womo eye MPP4 mrashebejofo bako dunum ya womo eye MPP4 ena womo etse womo de omota Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia chipa eti womo support no say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won't franka emfa emma womo ya said the Ghanaian publisher the Bokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba Professor Kwesi Yanka ena watro na atro a watro no wenu wosu ede amayensu ahodo a ewo omawe mu enti wasi wosu pa Titi River yensu na Professor esu a wosu nyina ene se wasi yensu yi a twedi amponyankopon ede amaye no ena agi nsemu no nsuo na agi nsemu ene nsuo ni nyina aye something which is there na nye river yensu nko a wase share river brem adensu pra ofin oti ankobra ni nyina aye we dodge ene enka antete no ya na mo fa river branch bianso nka ho na ye no say na ewo west north ne no ene tano pa na ewo eho pa wo ko udu ukoko asisi ana wakoto yahu nsuo no amensa no sa na du koto genesis nsuo na no na wudi utu abom na wanum bia eno no nsuo na ni no ai sa ye brown bi eno enye fita eno enye yi eno no ya no mosi edo mpa ai say ne say dua hini ni dua abana ni nyina ewo nsuo num ti ba sa no a wonum ai se wo ema ho ene so oyafo bi ya wo na musuo bi bo na wo trespass kodu nsuo bi ano na wo nan kra akoka nsuo no kra adi abo ensuo na ye dikadika ahono ama wo de yehwie enye yie no si ensuo ya say enti won de wo su de ama ensuo ahodo a ewo omawe mu a ase kra ase wo sere se mpanyifo hwe na wo munye hu bibi emfa wo se de be a ensuo na asese no ebesa besi ni dadamu na wo pensuo de adi udwuma wanya nsuo de abobra enko etete de kantetentenu ozo no atro de afa yensuo ahodo a wo ma we mu a ese ya tose the Ghanaian publisher the Bokrata ede ho amanebo ede aba na wode yera sami wuku emfo nyin ababeto asami wuku kane no ye NLA boss en wakasa ese nkrofo bi mu allegation bi a wo ne nam se former National Lottery Authority yera asami wuku wo mo chem se fan bi a wa misuse you enti no wo mo enye hwehwemu for mo asem no ze o me bae me bra na me ye National Lottery Authority boss adwuma me ye ehho te adwuma me ye fini kika ho bia ne ho
so bia sikani nyina wabu hu akonta kama
okay
wabu hu akonta nyina pepe enti wana sesa me ayede
so mo se wa misuse
ke bia koye bia no
wabebu akonta
for bibi wo mo support wo bibia wo beba se wo furu dua pa no wo mbe pia no enti sa wo di proposal ba anansa wo di adesredi bi ba NLA na so wo mu so wo mu kofasimi na so wo mu betumi a so wo mu ntumi mpo na se bi wo betumi a support wo kakra wo mu beye
okay
what you say ya wo enkofu akuakuo bi mu anu wo mu ye programs ya hodo a NLA support wo
okay
entinya we nko ade na Samie wuku aye NLA ana wo mo responsibilities bi aye wo mo yade ma mansan enu bi na Samie ye
antinya se bia wa use fan
Samie fan nsanka obi asika won kofa obi ahye
okay
won fa obi abibia
enti mo amoka sa asem no
Samia ukumfa ubia ten ubia once the Quran go through no.
Oh, okay. Enti allegation o mo de to no so ana.
Enya allegation no mo ka asem keke. Ene wa be ya.
Ba kwa me de wo mpokra ne se is obi adiganes ka. Enya ye ne betra radio so aka. Anything am obi betra tra me programs no ka na ena we abokro no wa US ka na wan maza enya ye ne beka. Auditor o de anya so wa ye bibia na onya hwe. Se wa ye bibio so onya bibia. Auditor general na wo hwe. Omo ko audit account ne. Omo van court. A discount mo kon kwadi ade mfa man. Enya se ye ntimi tena se ye meka se wa ye bibia na onya bibi. Enti no de kwa ne nyina ne trace wo ho documentations are available. Enti wo so obi akwa godiga na sika. Maza omoma audit or auditor general onkonko audit account no baba to ase ase adiga na sika ya na say ye de ne kokko no enkonko di ade public accounts committee abeko kwako yi na no your bond kwa adu ne ye de ne na mo ne ye de ne that's all enti we kra de say enya ade bi a we me we beto odwan na me so na we ye so na we twen wa ha me say no amanu say me so 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 bi so na we diga na sika no wa bokro no say no amanu bi chiri because okasa asem na me who say a shallow minded argument let us say what you will form now obi adiga na sika me we an better ga obi adiga na sika and now for political reasons you know obi akabi
o man kasa we mo say what this bear say
what this bear say that's all it what this bear say wrongly massa your institutions your institutions wa no mo go here
everything it's nice. Yeah,
we ya de bia no so di yesum na we can we. But on my pa yeah, to the bia ana ya to the bia you move be serious no. Because me ya to the bia argument me also me more stories be I mean pay attention to them. Because I be pay me be say story why are you following this story for what reasons? That's what they say. Yeah, for what reasons? Say it will be pen the political advantage in tea. Me de own family soon come in ben binya say political advantage you know and then you feel that you can say feel that go chi we abokro no a you wo anti-graft institutions and you ma go no mo hwehwem and na ba beto bia na veni aka wa say masa and then you see sika we udi wana ko febra
aso one so say da no cry wo court cry no so ye nyanya nipa ba ko bi e cry mpo abo no kwadu say wadi sika
na dede no do so some Ghana ha say you can wunya yo masa bread and butter issues wo ha say you can wunya yo
no so ne asem no
na so yetim ye dede na ye dede no wa yesi masa ye ko anim
na Ghanaian publisher da bokrata no anim ha do ma panyi John Dramani ma amafo nyi ababato anura de na dantade ye hye no ne de we kire se wo fra bibire mu aboa no ho pa ne ni fugui ene ye hye ne kama pa ene wo ne ho ye fe na background no so mo de man no so na ye fe pa mo a kire se bibire mu ye se natural afforestation no ye ne ye gina mu pa
wonim se omampani afade no de ko ye da bia na me advocate wa ha
sure
se Ghana mampani we Nigeria omampani fo no so mutu kwan no mo international family be say na otum so free Nigeria what dey hwe you fue what dey opia ya no say akwa na mama bibia name tag ne kwan name we ne kwan si na nim so
na sa
we do no ana
Swatini mampanyi
Swatini mampanyi
kwa ne na ntumai bushronko
ana yeso ya mampanyimfo no na kase na mehwe say wo mu nyina be rather than say komia coat pampen ne adigina ho ozo mampanyin fugu no share na no kura ne nyame ne me bo mampanyin aba so we display nya say fugu no kura nya ne fe na me mehwe o e kire say we display Ghana to the international world we display Ghana me fugu say na fo say nya fe nya ko na me we na me kura say kwam ne me kura bo da nya ne fe enya ne fe ba say tie bia no fugu ana
Ghana
That's all. It is say your Fugu way, Yan China.
Dabi.
Fugu way, Yan Korea. Me pacha ya Ghana heya you fugu. Display Ghana. In fact, me say I'm so really display I'm an icon. Display Ghana. Show me is what I say. That's it. China now be konuko, pe wo fro na sheko.
Already say to so be ha nti any of ko ya ne say.
Na won say fugu no so to bebre ma owodro mu ya mantam say so.
Yo nya bi nsinse, o nya ba bi fancy. So rough.
Okay. All right, you're good.
Ghanaian publisher na do mampanyi John Dramani Mahama fo nya ba to anu wagi ne fugu nya sam katoa. Anu wakasa say ebra so pa say safe trade ya why be to say abrofo ndi efamu no o so mu ka bibi fa ho na wotimi be fa nkrofo ade hye enko aso ma okro ntimi develop ma on ba beti e wo se omutimi twa bibi de ma then na me kan say kanema panyi ekra ko kan ye say e wo se nko omutimi twa bibi kra de ma omutwa ho ka de ma because we kwan o mafa so atete ye no a ha adwene no na omampanyi John Dramani Mahama say safe trade no omudi efamu no here recognition. Yeah, just said the Ghanaian publisher so don't have any ball aba ene and pay.
Na the chronicle the backrat any ha. And what they His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Mfoni abatua. And what they say any kwan say yes say o my way na wo to me panti. Wono no wakan bem and wasa edina. Sadia no yenina yete no pepepe. Oh, for what and bra, for what and bra. Yenina to but to a mind ba could pet, and I say one day, would to me tell will be or Cassie and I yeda, or Cassie and sorry, I am sorry. Sadia no dear, M.Y. Man ponting or hina or Anna, where's you Prophet Roger? Na Prophet Roger. Eye ni suade hunu na awurade yi kire no na wo beka ye wo se na ebewu na ewu wi a na hemfo no atwa no ho asia no nso bebre ebewu na tere se wono hu boni bia wa ya wo ba bewu na hemfo a atwa no ho asia nso wo mu atototo saa into what the no court. Say any swading who know, say ya prophecy o, wamra na wamra metre. And the cra say, so fortune bosom was say, sa prophecy no a musimu nina, a boo away ye read of it. A soft one, the sea baby, essay into womosia, yes, so was ya. Once I will call different world. The woman will be a woman be. And to say, woman, dear, toffing, woman, Syria. No man bet now on no more TNT Muguya so. And I know, but I could be say, yeah, was here one night. One night, yeah. Who said ni page in a one in a bread? Will be a nukum will be a da. Nah, when you're serious, cry. Obi a mo pen ya me fe urade wo na munye serious say sofo anya ti anya serious o ya bre ada ye ne yakum Yesu kura mpa nka wo de ye be fa sa ahohia we mu ye tira ye na so abompa ye sa 58 anumre sa 9 10 11 12 about 1 still I gusu ya bompa ya mo bia mpa ya asa still we see and san kwoswa na tese 1 no ya bre no yes abeto aso akosi ahomate 5 o'clock adai efe mpa ya ni nyina asa yenum asem nyina asa yekum ye fie nipa yekun ye dumam nkofo atamfo atete empotem yekum wo mu nyina awie isi awa bi oni yenku no ya bre onya ntena senso anu wa bodin na wose sore ukota ntiete ema ni use strategy Ubenwan say watena fam akonu atretre ne nam. No watire ban. E ban no a watire as wo wusu ne ti no wada. Wa sada akotre ban ena watretre ne nam. Ena wo boni tirinko wo de akohwe wada. Ena bebre ada ebi wo ho a sofu ni nya kem kai no mu asada ja wo mu ho atofom aya ne se hunhun bi abawura wo mu wo nya ja ne ho tofom a wo mu ni kwa no wo mu na kwa ha
eno anu
wo se be bi a o kire da ebe no wo mu ni mura no akoda ho din no wada oda sa se reframe na sofu ni kem kai pen wo mani so atu mu kakra no asada se munimune wetwa adafa no asa besen akoto ha no wada ena sofu yibu afu se adentina yenye serious na sofu we obi a yakwa adwuma fiti anopa akosi anumre ni yasa beto aso fiti anumre no wote yasa bompa ya ada sisi ade anko a ne age afre urade wo ade anko a ya bompa ya wanawa de asase ya kanyina ya ka yasa to aso 2 hours 3 hours 4 hours 5 hours ade abone nko a ne yaye me kura mpa me ya ade kakra me ka se me na basa mpo me gina ho kura na me da afa me hu empire no a me bo no me de fragi sasia na me na me de akofa abrochire me hu asem a me ka na maka Dubai na masa be kaka ho asem na me sa wa adumam afa de me na bi bebre na asem wo kwa denne na ma free wo na ma ba sta meja apata na se bebi o ka ate wo no me a me hu se me da ana me na me nye serious amate you temperament agency na say na Marik Basintale ni yase wo ya ade enso yase you temperament agency wo mu a yetua wo num ka no yentua wo num allowance no ana wo mu kem kai se ade ni enim se ya ba ba ya aduma nanka nkakra mo ka asem de be mayen no mo de amayen enso ade besi nne wonya botal ato obobo skano oncha obo release once abeka ai wonya botal ma ato force ato beye ato is still force. Proverbs chapter 12 verse 22. The Lord detests lying lips, but they delight in those who tell the truth. Erade asemni
na senke erade
oyo
Daily Post the Democrats na mede toaso enom na cyber security ede kokobo ede ama adisuafo yi a wo mawie SS senior high school graduate man no ene mema no podi ano mo ndanfa camera nto o mo so sa man no po na ya no mutaye sa no aso camera ndi asi ne so na wo ye ne o ya wie school nti mema no man no so man so mu kunu no mu yi a ye be je no die mu oden bi kra ya no mama kwan yo ya no mama kwan ti ye be je na we die ya wie school die ene o mo ne ya no mu ne e betina fie ensem hunu nko a se bi no mo ti social media so ensem a ye ebo man no mo keka no akaka mi no danda ne ho no oka ha no okotire pa no mu oni bi po no wa sheki bi mu wa wo mutimi
obi so ba ba je ukuna
Eno ese no nsem no egugum bebre. Ti e wode ebo man nye no obi kwaka se so mu di mpanyifo atem.
Mu huhu mfaso. O mu beti eno efe na maame baako akotena baabi na wo buru nkwala yi nua. Wo bia wo ye baatan. Wo bia wo ye baatan a wawo. No obi ba.
Enti eye sen kola na bekasa. Eye sen kola na bekasa. O bom nua.
Wo bia.
O bom nua. Wo kola ko tu se wo ba bedi obi kunu. Mema bebre na mo a wo mo ware. Obi kunu na agwagwade.
Awretawo awurade nsem.
Awretawo awurade nsem. Obi kunu ye di obi kunu.
Awretawo awurade nsem.
Ozo ba bedi obi kunu.
Na hwani ye. Se wo kunu ye. Na maame pani mu a wanyina duru se yi asa kuratie mu beye no wanyawo ana wakotena wonom na ana nkwala no mebom dua ana anka wo mu anka wo
ne wani abre papa
anka wo mu
na se mu afisa twa enkwaka obi na obi abodia o bible no mu o
wa kristo ni a wo bodua
ana se budua bo no krai wo bible no mu o
se obakwa hunu asore dem wo na ye wo sepo a wa fifi na ni ase na ni ase ni suo aya wuya wukwa kokun obi ba
onkun yo
obo kwa kokun obi ba because we say we ba beji ukunu wa beji ebi kura no mo kandi agro enkwala nketua ya ewurade nsa wo mo so
ewurade nsa wo mo so na wo ba beji obi kunu
wose mo ma mafra no kwan no wo mra menchen na wo mo na wo soro ahima no ayi wo mo dia enti sa wo ye pani no wajen ya sa wo koba akwala adua kunu a enka no ne school atade na betete na die ho na duabo na wo ba ye yi kakra enti wo kokunu
eyi kakra na ye de
wo kokunu
akwala wo ba wo wie school na wo ba wo se wo ba be di obi kunu eno na ese ye wani so ade
na ebi mu kra ti ka se we go scatter them
wo
get there be ndi agro
na wo
Ghana ye mo fa ye ntiti wo mo saa o
senti Christopher akura mu bodua Christopher amu bodua munyame onu abekonoko awretawo awurade nsem ada na wo de mrasa winsem wo de tresem wato nchen
wakan Psalm 109
ekokum nipa
Psalm 109 wakan da
okadai
bese bie na kan
okadai
me se bie na kan na nya wo ba wo ni
okadai wo so obi ba wo kunu
para kwa kan Psalm 109
enkwala nketu edi agro kakra wo social media so a matam no
wa mu di agro
ya person na social media anyway me kai se e makwan a na awofo no yedu kofodua kromu a na edwom wofo ma no omu boye dede omu boye dede satam na social media no nche na nya active sao me edu dwom a kofo se no mo se nkwa mai wa no mo aba no mo nka mo na ntum o to ye kunu no
ya bejibre satam na nibuye ni ho si anibuye aba
entini o se wo so camera si so we go scatter them ya baji mu kunu no
wo baji o boyfriend ya eno na enti wani abria waji na wakunu
na oji no na wo nkwa he wo eyire no kwa he
se unsu benya bi ayire de so won de ayire girlfriends no he mu de se mbenya foforo
na ema no kra no me de sem wo me principle bia me follow oba wuntimi enkwankwaji obi kuno bema wuntimi kwankwaji obi girl me kra me sam principle no ye adwuma eti ekunu no bekwa mema na ebekọ mema na kwa akọpa girls ya we wo mo eti wo me kra no say social media na wo ye we no Omokrasi is homogenize. They say you cry calculate the whole country. I can't remember by 7 pe.
Any cheat. Ni abre no wa.
Ontu ni kunu no fo.
Wo ba abre wa.
Me kura no kwamre. Me no aya ontu ni kunu no fo.
Na okonya be ma bi na so no aya na aje se. Abetam be de obe ya no be ya. Obi timi target se na mi ko idi e me pebi. Wow, yes, Enti yase we no de eno cyber security authority na ode ma SS graduate no se munya isa ansem na amokeka no muntimi so camera meto so saa de na moye no wose se mu fi se bia wo kan di agora tie wose nyame ya wadom na wonya scholarship wa abrochira wo mu cheda ko social media page so kokeka ekohwe nsem a wakeka no enti nya se bia wo kwaji obi kuru na ye o na emo no
duwa no wo nkwa abrochira
scholarship no a wonya no
ya pe
na di asem kure
ukwa unya scholarship kwa abrochira na ukwa heaven
mame kwa amane so Dr. Hassan Ayarega founder and leader de ma APC yene no eni nkomo oh Dr. Homano ko kwabna no de ne de be de no
enti yase ayi mofra no se imagine wonya
asem yi ha mo se
ye can negative impact e wa ade ni mu onye se wo se wo ka di agbo fine
adana mu nyina na ho ya aba mu musa
dem se wo ka di agbo ye no ni problem o but ye be se ma o negative effect e wo e bia na nyame e wadom
sinim negative effect bia ni
Dr. Hassan Ayarega leader and founder APC. Doc Mache, good morning.
Good morning, Nadise. How are you?
I'm fine, though. Now, what's what?
Yeah, me that's the best.
Okay, that's good. I did ready. Now, your friend no pay ya pay with general assessment. A woman penny address or the United Nations General Assembly.
I think that listening to our president, President John Dramani Mahama, Wakasa, Papa, because he spoke about challenges facing the world, solutions, and proposed reforms to strengthen the UN General Assembly and to make sure that Africa gets a seat to be fair in the UN Security Council. And also he spoke about climate change. As you know, it is well. Today it is here. Spoke about wars and silence and contribution of UN. I think that Wakasa spoke about his government and also spoke about a reset for the United Nations, which is the most important thing because when it's over 80 years till date, African continent with about 54 presidents and always go to the UN to sit down there and just listen to them without a proper representation. And that is why I said that the UN table is not a fair representation. You just come and sit down and listen to what they want to tell you. And then you are given 15 minutes to speak. And in these 15 minutes, let's be very fair. Anytime an African leader is addressing the UN, their seats are all empty. Let's be sincere. Who are they talking to? So I don't know over the past 80 years whether they have not realized that anytime the Mokasano, the seats are mostly empty. Apart from the media, the world leaders don't listen to them. They don't really matter. Their ideas, their proposals, their reforms, their decisions, their speeches is nothing to them. After they have all spoken, they just walk away and leave Africans to say their own thing. So I think that it is high time Africans should begin to look at a different dimension about this UN program. When it's good done, then Libya, Russia will come. Russia, African Summit. Then they will call African leaders, 54. They will all fly to Russia. Go and sit down and listen. When it comes China, African Summit, then all African leaders, 54, will fly to China. When are we going to do Africa, the World Summit, so that also the world will also come to Africa? Never, yes, sir. Africa and the World Summit, so that Africa will also hold summit, so that the rest of the world will also come here and listen. You see, that is why some of us were fighting to become president. Because this unjust representation and undermining the sovereignty and the integrity of African leaders. It's becoming one too many. If I was a president today, I will call on other presidents. If we do not get a fair representation on the table, then nobody should go for any UN meetings anymore. Or do they think that we're still under colonial rule? Or because you see, we beg too much. We beg too much. We don't build countries to our own countries in a way that our citizens will be proud of us. We don't make good use of our resources. We don't make good use of our men and women, our natural mineral resources and human resources. We tend to become beggars, and a beggar has no choice. A beggar has no respect. When you beg people, they don't respect you. Make good use of your potential. Why is it that Africa with huge resources, mineral resources, natural resources, we feed the world, but we don't realize that? They come here, colonize us, take out all our resources and our minerals and go and build here. And we go there begging. We have all the resources, all the minerals, we sell it cheap to them. We send it to them, unfinished product. Wow. So how will they respect you when you don't make good use of your brain? So we are the fault. Wow. And I'm very, very sad that look at the Senegalese president. Stood there, he could not even talk. How can you just go and stand there? Even if you do not have a written speech, don't you have common sense? Don't you have common sense to use your common sense at least to speak your mind of what is happening? You're a young man who has done history, who has studied history in school. Even if you don't study history in school, don't you have? I mean, a whole president go and stand on the UN Assembly platform and disgrace the whole of Africa. If not President of Kenya and President Mahama, it's not been very disgraceful. So why would they think that we need a fair representation when they colonized us in 1945 today? Wow. So at the end, it's disturbing. Wow. It's very, very disturbing. And I think if our president comes back, we will have a word with him and then see how they can do that in their African Union and other ECOWAS systems. See how Africans can rebuild Africa for Africans.
Okay.
Follow something like UN and go there and be begging like beggars.
It's a quack way say Africans still wama dwarfing. I will not be bremo.
Jose.
African is dwarfed. Wama kanya share.
Yes. African. I mean, when you don't make yourself a valuable asset, somebody will make you his puppet. But if Africans don't begin to see Africa as a continent that can stand on its own, build an African Union, this United Africa, have one currency, exploit their minerals, not allow foreigners to come in, because almost everything we are living in a neo-colonialism era, not what do you call it, slavery, but in a neo-colonialism. In the neo-colonialism, it's a system whereby Europeans still colonize you, but in this time, it is not by force. You invite them to come and colonize you, and that is what we are living in an era where we cannot make good use of our potential. We cannot still manage our resources. We cannot still manage our minerals. We cannot still run our countries independently. We still have to go to them. This is a form of neo-colonialism. I think Nkrumah said it in his book, one of his books. And this is what is happening. So yet, I still think that Africans still need to begin to rethink beyond the scope. What is good for Africa? Why can't we stand on our own? What can we do to be African that will earn respect, that can build its country, that can build its continent, that can be independent of foreign aid that among ourselves. If united we stand strong, then let's unite and be strong so that the world will compete with other continents and not more running as puppets. Wow. We are running now as individually, yet you see beggars on the street. Beggars have no choice. So that has been the problem.
Na obi be bisa say the significance say one who say yebenya Africa benya seats UN Security Council any because in common way it has been long overdue. The discuss here chair. The significance role the
significant role is that decisions cannot be making. You see, the 5 member states, the P5, they call them the P5, and the Security Council, they make serious decisions about the world. And if they decide anything, and Africa is not there to defend its continent, then it's useless. It's like a board meeting where workers have no representative. And it's just the board chairman, the CEO, and then maybe one other people who decide the future of NIT FM. And then you, the workers, and part of members of the NIT FM, has no say in whatever decision they make. So whenever they come, they don't care about your welfare, they don't care about your salary, they don't care about anything. They just make decisions to make profit for themselves. So the welfare of the workers does not really mind. So this is the situation. African continents are not regarded in that decision making. You only come and give useless speech and go away. But when they make a decision, that's the end of it. So how do you be part of an assembly where you don't have a say? You know, it is structured in a way that UN Security Council has 15 members, 5 permanent members, and 10 non-permanent members.
Yeah.
So these 5 permanent members, they make the toughest decision for the rest of the UN members. Now, the 10 non-permanent members, they shuffle between countries. Ghana is there, Gabon, and other countries. I think Ghana, Gabon, and Kenya, or something like that. You understand? So now, when they make those decisions, it's final for them. So they decide the future of the world. And Africa cannot be part of it. 54 African states, and not even one sits on that 5-member Security Council. What do you think? They're talking about Security Council, talking about security of Africa. You're talking about wars in the world. You're talking about this sponsoring and making sure that this country, they defeat this country, defeat that country. You know, there's certain wars that were not necessary. Certain wars have happened in the world that was not necessary at all. And it could have been prevented when there's huge decision-making body. What's it? But when there's only 5, they decide for the rest of you. So how can you, African continent, not have a permanent representative to represent Africa? 54. It's huge. It's one of the biggest continents with the biggest representation.
Yeah.
Why don't they have? We understand it was formed in 1945. But 1945 till date, that time we were still under colonial master, but no more. This time around, we are not under colonial master. So there should have been a reform long ago. We shouldn't continue that way. If it continues that way, that means we are still under colonial rule, master. What is? That means we're still under colonial master. The master still rules. 80 years from now, we still don't have a member, a permanent member. The exclusion is a direct legacy of colonialism. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that is the problem.
Okay. Now, looking at a conflict war, the Israelis and the Palestinians, Ghana, you say, are not aligned. Usually, we try to be in the middle. Ain't the president making such statements in his address? Eka said, yes, what is going on in Gaza must stop. We're exposing you to danger now.
No, you see, it is time we call a spade a spade. And when we begin to make that statement, clearly, it makes the world know that Africa now can stand on its authority and see the things without fear or favor. Over the period, let's go to.
But I know project it. You can project your voice a bit for me.
I say over the period.
Yeah.
African leaders, representatives at the UN, only go there to speak the voice of others. They don't speak their own voice. They don't say their own words. They have no independent voice. They feel like, oh, we have to tune the way of this country in order to get the support we have to give. So they speak with fear. President Mahama and the president of Kenya, boldly yesterday, the day before yesterday, have spoken the minds of many African leaders that could not say the things they want to say. So he coming out boldly to speak his mind. And the mind of African leaders and Ghanaians is what we are looking for. If they were saying things like this, no, for long, we would have gotten a permanence by now. But when you go there and speak for them, they don't see the importance and relevance of you getting a permanence. Because you are doing their bidding. Wow. So if you are doing their bidding, what else do they need you for? To be on the Security Council, because you cannot make decisions on your own. You cannot speak your mind. But President Mahama's speech yesterday is clear. Very, very clear. Without fear, without favor. And that is what we need leaders to speak like. And when we speak like this, then automatically people will begin to see our relevance and our inclusion, not exclusion. Right here. Because you now begin to have a word, a voice that people can now believe, or the council can now say, look, the African leaders are becoming very intelligent now. They speak their mind they without fear, without favor for anybody. And that is the kind of leaders we need now to sit on the Permanent Security Member Council. And so we need them now to make decisions. But when you speak, it's like you go to Parliament House, the Ghana Parliament, whatever somebody says, they say, Nobody gets up and says, man, yeah. What kind of joke is that? What's it? That is the problem. Leaders must begin to speak like leaders, think like leaders, decide like leaders, and act like leaders without fear or favor for anybody. That is leadership.
Na aya na yakasa yen Africans and so yakasa we are on our enemies. Yeah, just say yakasa na yen ho atamfo. And also to say because it seems yentimi kan ye ho mom ye. It's a banana
We are our own enemy because we don't think straight. We are hypocrites. We are so poor. You know, a poor man, sorry, but anytime somebody is hungry, you have two things. Either he's a hypocrite, he becomes a hypocrite, or becomes silent, or sees the truth and keep quiet, and will not see it because he's looking for food, or sees red and says black. So we Africans, we must begin to understand that we must come out of poverty to our own needs and decisions and stop corruption. The high level of corruption is what is making us become hypocrites and then cannot manage our own affairs and we are our own problem. We are greedy people, quote and unquote. We do not think too much and we do not want to make reforms for our people. We think about ourselves only, and that is why we have our own problem instead of thinking of the larger majority and including people in decision making that will help them without necessarily fighting each other politically. Political power is to allow people to come together and make proper decisions, not exclusion. But African leaders always believe that in African politics, it's a system of winner takes it all kind of political syndrome and an exclusion of leadership instead of an inclusion of leadership. As a president, as president, we bring everybody, include everyone in the decision making in running Ghana, so that we get the right people, the required talent and knowledge to run our country, so that we don't become our own enemy. Ghana, NDC is in power, it's all about NDC. MPP is in power, it's all about MPP. Meanwhile, we have divided the front. And when you divide the front, you lose the strength. You lose the capacity. You lose the ideas. You lose the opinions. That is why we say Africa is our own enemy. We don't think. Wow. No. You are media houses. By this time, even media houses, you have a platform where you share ideas among yourselves as media platform and make decisions and do the right thing. Not media platform for the NDC and a media platform MPP. So whenever the media platform NDC says this, the media platform MPP will rebuttal. So it is not about Ghana anymore. It's about who we work for. It's a banter between NDC and MPP. So journalists also are divided in that front. So instead of being a proper journalist, you become a journalist for NDC. So you are destroying yourself, because whatever NDC says, if it is right or not, you are going to support it. Whatever MPP says, it is right or not, you are going to support it. So
maybe we have allowed ourselves to be polarized by these politicians.
That is what I'm saying. You have to think beyond but you have to be independent. Not necessarily because my boss is NDC. Every time NDC says something, I must do their bidding. No, don't forget that besides you working for that platform, you also have moral rights. Because people are listening to you. They are not listening to NDC platform. They are listening to you as an individual, as a journalist. What is? So what you say is what they see, hear, and how you say that what they're going to think of you. You're not going to sit down and say that NIT FM is for Hassan Erga, and because it's for Hassan Erga, you are doing the beat for APC. No, nobody thinks like that when you are on the studio and you are producing. Nobody thinks like that. They think about what comes out of you, what you say, what you do, and your opinion. And that is how come some journalists have gone up, and some are still where they are, running from one TV station or radio station. So the same thing with African leadership. Wow. The same thing with African leadership. We are not voting for leaders, we are voting for parties. So any party that is big, that's the party, whatever leader they produce, that is what we are going to vote for. We don't care. So African leaders don't really think about Africans. They think about the moment they become president, how much they are going to make, how much they are going to steal, and who they are going to put in positions who cannot even handle those positions, who are not even qualified to run those positions. So you see a doctor, a medical doctor who works for Ministry of Agriculture. He's a minister for agriculture. You don't understand. You see a military man who is a major who works at what do you call it? A bank. He's a board member of a bank. Hey.
How is APC doing?
Yes, APC are currently doing well, and as a leader, my concern now is about the Nigerians and the Igbo king who was destroying our country here. They have taken Ghana for granted, and no political, no platform, not even one media house has come out to talk about the activities of an Igbo king in Ghana.
We have done that. Yeah, we've done that for the past 2 weeks here.
Yes, but you see, we don't see is that there's a danger ahead. And once Hassan Erga is fighting it, some people think that no, it's not necessary. The Igbo king is not necessary. The Igbo king, look, you know the problem with Israelis and Palestine today. You are talking about it right now.
Yeah.
If we do not protect the sovereignty of Ghana, the influx of Nigeria into our country is becoming one too many. and the breaking of laws and regulations and their attitude in Ghana is getting out of hand. Criminal activities, they are the majority. Armed robbery, they are the majority. Kidnapping, they are the majority. Scam, they are the majority. Ritual, they are the majority. You can come to somebody's country and introduce your criminal activity in that person's country. Ghanaians were sweet-loving people. You won't hear about any kidnapping in Ghana, or ritual murder, or scamming, 419, cybersecurity. Today, it's all over. They are introducing our future leaders to become scammers, ritualists, armed robbers, murderers, and all that. They've taken over our retail business. Meanwhile, our law do not allow foreigners to become a retailer. Everywhere is Nigeria. Misbehaving, prostitution. Now they've taken over our passports, destroying the image of Ghana. So it will come to a time Ghanaians cannot travel anywhere and be respected anymore, because Nigerians have used our passport and have destroyed the name of Ghana. So this thing that we are talking is not a joke. Somebody comes into your country and says he's a king. There is no law that allows any foreigner to become a king in Ghana. It's a crime. So we are going to give him 2 weeks ultimatum to leave Ghana. Today I'm going to make that announcement. We are giving the Igbo king 2 weeks ultimatum to leave Ghana. Or else, whatever happens, we have already informed the police. We have informed the national security. We have petitioned Iyoko. We have petitioned. We have asked them to give him 2 weeks to leave Ghana. If his presence in Ghana is going to cause commotion, we don't want him in Ghana.
But Doc, what's me finding out and who saying the presence pose danger a woman anymore?
Of course, don't you hear it's all transits every day on TV, on TikToks and videos? That nobody has the right. He has come to Ghana through ECOWAS. He has the right to live in Ghana and its activities. We don't want you in Ghana. Look, let me tell you, I've lived in the US, in Germany before. I grew up in Germany. And my first wife was a white lady. I got married to a white lady when I was 24 years old. My first son is a doctor in Germany, a medical doctor in Germany. He's called Jordan Amino Ayarga. When I was living in Germany, I did not live with my son. I did not live with anything. When I decided to go back, I left and came back to my country because I want to build my country. But here, we all at a point in time can live in people's country. But at a point in time too, we must not behave as if that country is ours and go against the rules and regulations of those countries. We cannot introduce crime and criminal activities in those countries and make ourselves a kingpin in those countries. It's not allowed. It's a crime. Go and read Section 270 of our Constitution. It's a crime to make yourself a king. It's an offense. It's a criminal offense. And once he has agreed, and till date he holds himself as a king, that alone is a criminal offense, and we want him out. He still calls himself a king. He's the elder of the Igbo king. He has put a kingship platform, and he sits on it every time and addresses people. So once you take that into your hand, it becomes an offense. And we as citizens, there's a law that allows us to do what? To protect our country. You see, Section 63 of Act 759 makes unlawful chieftaincy claim a criminal offense. And as stakeholders, we invoke that Section 63 Act 759, which empowers citizens to challenge unlawful instruments. So that is what we are challenging. The laws are there. It's not an act of prejudice against any ethnic group, but in defense of our Ghanaian laws, tradition, sovereignty, and national security. So the Igbo king must go.
Okay.
You understand? Even Article 272B, which prohibits the conferment of chieftaincy title on non-citizens. The laws are there. We have written to the national security, the police, with all these laws. And they are saying that we should give them time to handle it. But we have given them ultimatum, 2 weeks. If not, we will invoke Section 63 of 759 Chieftaincy Law, which makes it a crime for him to call himself a king in this country and must leave. What here? That is the problem. And their activity. Look, open the lines. Open the line and ask citizens to talk about Nigerians' behavior in this country. You'll be shocked. Yesterday, somebody called me. You know what the person told me? He said, Dr. Ayaga, I said, yes. Do you know what the Nigerians are doing now? I said, no. He said, now they go and sit at the graveyard. Anytime they bring fresh body, and after they are going to exhume the body and remove body parts for ritual.
Really?
I'm telling you. A man called me from Techima. He's called Suli. He told me this. He said the graveyards have now become where they are picking their bodies for rituals. And they pay some mortuary men to as well to get parts for rituals. So you see, you will see a Nigerian man driving a Land Cruiser, a Lexus, even common English does. When you ask him what business does he do, he won't tell you. He can't tell you the business. 419 is coming. No. Yes, yeah. If you have forgotten, I have not. Last 3 months, FBI came to Ghana and picked 4 of our citizens, Ghanaian citizens, away. I know you know the story. I'm told because of, what do you call it? Car syndicates.
The car syndicates, yeah.
Good. If Americans can come to Ghana and pick 4 of our citizens because of car syndicates and take them out, and we cannot alter a word, what the hell is the Igbo king doing in Ghana till date with his 419 criminal activity? I have petitioned the FBI. I have petitioned Iyoko. I have petitioned ECOWAS Parliament, the president and the chairman. I have petitioned ICC. I have petitioned national security on this Igbo man. I am not joking. This is the only country we have. And if we cannot protect it, who else is going to protect this country for our citizens? Look, we've been living with other foreigners. We have no problem with foreigners. We're living with Chinese here. We're living with the Lebanese here. We're living with the Zambaraba people, Hausa people, Yoruba people. We live with all this group of people. They're not showing the kind of disgraceful acts and criminal activities like the Igbos are doing. Okay, go to Cycle. Go around there and see the prostitutes. Underage prostitutes from Nigeria, Igbos, all of them are Igbos. How did it come? When you are their king. You are the king of the Igbo community. And all the girls that are prostitutes in Cycle, Medina, every part of the country are all Igbos. Underage. Is it not a criminal offense? Is it not? Underage, not even matured one. Go to Kaswa. I'm told the Igbos are there every weekend. They come out with guns and fire. Display how the kinds of weapons they have. If Ghana is going to go to war, it is not going to go to war with anybody. It's going to go to war with Igbos and Nigerians and not any other group of people. Look, for the past 5 years, government upon government have not been able to resolve the problem of Baku. Two brothers fighting, a brother and a sister fighting. Kusasis and Mampusi, they are like brothers. They've been fighting, killing themselves for the past 4 or 5 years. Government has not been able to resolve that. Me, I am one of both. I am a Kusasi and I'm a Mampusi. My father is Kusasi, my mother is Mampusi. What am I going to do? Who am I going to help? Who am I going to not help? Who am I going to fight? So I will always plead with government. Try and help stop my people from fighting. This is our own people. We can't stop them. How much more if we begin to fight Nigerians? When the war between Ghana and Nigeria starts, how are we then going to resolve it? God forbid.
Okay.
So in order for us not to get to that, we cut off the head of the fish. We take off the head of the fish. So that our brothers who are good, don't forget there are good Nigerians too in Ghana here who are doing the
legitimate businesses.
You understand? And living very well. and behaving very well, abiding by our rules and our regulations. But we have undocumented Nigerians, criminal Nigerians, who, when they commit crime in Nigeria, the easiest country and the best way to go is Ghana. They run to Ghana and come and hide. And when they come to Ghana, instead of hiding and keeping quiet, they now activate those activities again in Ghana here. So go to the police and check records of armed robbers. You see that 99% are Nigerians. We have checked that. Go to the police and check of murder case in Nigeria, kidnapping in Nigeria. Ghanaians, we don't kidnap. Who are we going to kidnap? A gentleman came to my house from Nigeria, a Chinese man to do business. He came and visited me. He's told me that, Mr. Edgar, it is in Ghana I have come, and I've not seen a gun anywhere, apart from your bodyguards, that I saw them holding guns. But from Nigeria, every office I enter, every department I enter, people are holding guns, protecting themselves and their families. And then at 6 p.m., everybody's running home. Nobody's out there because there are certain places you can't go out at 6 p.m. Is it what we want to happen in Ghana? Is it what we want to happen in Ghana in the future? That by 6 p.m., everybody runs home. Ghana is a free place. Ghana is the most safest place in the world that I can think of. That my children can go out at 6 to 1 a.m. and come back home, and people are walking on the street 1 a.m. and nobody says anything to them. Now, in so many places, even in Ghana now, the Nigerians will just take your phone from you, take your motorbike from you, killing taxi drivers, killing Uber drivers. Don't you hear the cases? There's many. And when they arrest the people, Nigerians, not Ghanaians, what have we brought to ourselves? If we say because of ECOWAS, they are allowed to come to Ghana and ECOWAS allow friendly movement of goods and services between ECOWAS nations and allow an ECOWAS citizen to come and do business in an ECOWAS city with goods of his origin.
Okay.
That means that if a Nigerian wants to come and do business in Ghana, they'll bring in crude oil. Come and stay in Ghana 90 days, do their business and go back because they have oil. But Nigerians cannot come to Ghana and go and buy Chinese things and come and open retail shop. It is not allowed. Wow. And the ECOWAS allowed them to come into Ghana and stay up to 90 days and go. But they must also come documented. When I say documented, they must have proper documentation, passport. And when they come here, they have to get proper places to stay and be proper documented. Now, they come here, one person goes to rent a house, and 30 of them come to sleep. One person will show his face.
Okay.
To the landlords. So I am also calling on landlords from today onwards. Any landlord that must give property to Nigeria must see proper documentation and write proper documents. Only that person is supposed to live in that house. If 2-3 people come, he will be sacked.
Okay. Doc, thanks for your time.
Thank you too.
Yeah, that's a part. Jenny, Dr. Hassan Ayarega, founder and leader, the man a year our People's Congress, APC, on any anything coming. Oman penny in the Casa, our man on it, Bagana Hanso said, ya, and America ne how titru. Watch the F.I. booking in Nigeria phobia involving criminal activities. Oh, you may and you don't come. Yeah, but your father saw your health bit or your roses here.
Yo ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no hwem so betumi a asew na obeka ya jontuma miensa duku potomanto this way chocolate drink na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a this way chocolate drink na kan sia asew udan klanu ntumu ho me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho wo hade wapi ho o ka se batete eda fom won
this way chocolate drink
kra cha be pe baba ware
asew
ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sori anopa no ne yenom ye be chef fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho anu ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne ye nom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie.
Yanko Amanusoni and your Dr. George Siama, C4C Medical Director, C4C Homeopathic Hospital. You know, in income, you could fry, you call the weekendy. Apomodene, Doc Mache.
Yeah, I'm Gary.
I'm going to say
about the Adarma Brahma, we are Parmedasi.
Yeah, then Yako pass. Yanopay, Yanche Apomodene, the Ayedicudi weekend.
Yo, my Gary, the Chiabema, here for an opay, so now I don't must say Abribiano, Omunyamre, ETA. Now you see, dear, a shay, Nipedianum, acquire a befasto, a boy, a hobby. Na ye Kenya and Breborn Juma, I was say ye woni pedianum na a day a hotoswani and Nijibani pedianum no etime ayeni ye. Ye best say Senya Abribiano, a ya bebra penny, my Jerry Ekano, Edufia that say according to no doson, the year or parties cacao or family garden cacao or and tea in your cacrabe go form. The anega who rock a crash of a coy any pedianum. Mecasa Abribiano say, oh, fear, and the anibi or any ingredient to be a decadian who are wow, we are with the ania, which me who say, we are who here, my mini pediano. Nanso, sir, what to coin, and also I co function me and our program many a several. A be an anima, a one the animal body and pest. Nanso, a quack of bassa was said with it. Now, waiting this out, but one say, Ama, unya. The different allergic reactions. Nina no brebona who deno ewosra. It to me a fight all those allergic reactions, you know. Emma and what they banny pedian. Ebi sukra over 2 quinty your funeral kakra okwa our host 1 here now in Sakakre go form nakakra kawano. Nina no so and sao ko ni pedianimu a harmful substance into a coni pedianimu a quadinimu. Emma or dopamine production a costro with changes with hormones, you know, and in your mabbe bray. Nany quite said check and sano a chewoni pedianum, Tina Brabuano, say, and sana bunny pedianum and sano dainty truni eka, a bunny pedianum, na Brabuano hepatocytes, nachi, san sano, na sonne so a ye. A huadia, whom ya when pedianum nina, chemicals dingina a free pedianum. Until your brave one, dear, I believe you your bone dero, and until I see for see, Gina Brane said, brave one, dear, ye dim comobia, yam fabre one, the Babamodian said, ye never can't, and come I didn't know, a sans a moja, and a kina in pediano, mani pediano to me now, na se moja crojin so ebeba ni pediano mudia, na a brave one and a betty mojano. Pemebri, a beca say be a omojem ye fin, not as a moabi and nanya mabia, I am fire new habits namogenu. A hoarding or braboni moi, sa a fear about mogenuino and cock, and Pemebri cranny who said that's to our run the bray, and I am fire your farmers no, it's a spray, no by a soap, and I say pocrano, say be a wow spray or some of the chemicals, a womb, any chemicals I would dry, environment in Mississippi, Empocrano, and say, as Sian would say, in Siobu or cry, and no more, and more chemicals, no, a dose of crack to make us say, Pediano, and tea, Brabuana, who are there no, Sora, a bombardian, she shares on your mind, a harmful when Pediana, na a chiomo, ne yo me free Pedium, na Nipedian, who are the TC4C body road, sir, or Brabo who here, na ma organs ahodoɔ nyinaa so hia obi bebisa sɛ na me organs no ɛyɛ den mpakyɛw wakoma ɛyɛ organ adwen no so yɛ organ ntin no so yɛ organ liver nankasa so yɛ organ kidney so yɛ organ we organs we nyinaa no ɛwɔ adwuma a wɔsɔ ɔmo yɛ wɔ nipadua no mu nti emu bi ɛtɔ kyima na ahoɔden no ba fam a na kyerɛ sɛ ntumi yɛ n'adwuma yie a na body no asate sɛ ɛyare yɛbɛsrɛ sɛ na wɔtwe mu nyinaa no yɛdi nkɔmmɔ bebree na yɛ body ro sɛ livoton no yɛde aba no na ahoɔden no yɛ sonko a ɛdi dwuma wanwasoɔ ɛwɔ market no mu a obi biara a ɔwɔ ɛyɛ liver condition ana condition biara doctor ato de akyerɛw. In fact, these days the World Health Organization MIT says chronic conditions this month has been a prostate cancer awareness month. Now chronic cases are yarea your friend cranko. Yarea be aware, but now only pedian 6 months and above. Afe onumedra and now was a day grosses for so many years. The patch Breboa no wɔ kwan sonko bi a ɛde boa akoma no tempo wodeɛ no ɛyɛ cardiovascular disease na mekyerɛ conditions bi te sɛ hypertension omogya no aboro so mepakyɛw sɛ meka sɛ mogya aboro so a na menka sɛ sɛbi omogya no na adɔɔso nti yɛnkɔ hospital na yɛnkɔ yi bi mfiri wo mu daabi deɛ ɛka ne sɛ akoma no ɛbɔ dodo ɛpɔmpi mogya no too much ɛma pressure was a pumping mojano, I was stroke. Ebasa, it means say the walls of your blood vessels. Blood vessels also start to say not just a damage bemwa, epithelial tissues and our layers, a woman in antimony, jumaye, itimima, or blood no clano, a clotto, Emma unya thrombosis and a clot of the blood. A bisu crowd or what, a pim walls, now cholesterol no who said damage be cause or wanty. Cholesterol no build it up, ever repair sa damage, Ubon say a block blood vessels, Now, after moja nke was a dear fusani kama, a one ipedianum, now a quadrenuma, a genus sunyani dear discerning signals, on to me and any year. Utubon say a command a bond tentem, dear friend of palpitations, A command bar any coins I would two or assume, and tis a wood now 1 hour is a command bought tentem now with 2 hours summa. I was so bombardiana with 1 among cardiovascular disease, one major one, hypertension. And I say, hypotension, not just so pressure near too low. The pressure near too lower. Brebuano so ewojuma strong could be a editibua. It will be a friend of renin, aldosterone, angiotensin system. Brebuano and a money in a basso. The air king nan said, your kidney no produce be a friend of renin. This renin no ebwa Emma yetimi store insure kakra wo any pedianimo because of intinia renin nebema yetimi absorb no. The absorb intinia no any pedianimo insure so to me jinani pedianimo na ma pressure no abastro kakra. It's a pressure no buffer too much. Etimi Emma or your comatose and now when you chill and as sebi can say what me fainty and inti say brebuana who are no I was through what produce the effect of angiotensinogen, which is a special precursor, a beboa, Emma angiotensin 1, angiotensin 2, when you know abba, now my renin production, it's me good, Emma and suet nani pedianimo, ama pressure no so a costro kakra, na ma form bebre, brebon nebema we aba, a biomoso se pressure no was through bebrea, brebon produce nitric oxide, which is a special vasodilator. Be blood vessels, Nimumamu Janet near flow ye, Tenebaya pressure now commanded a bono, and money bebre. And see very, very important here. Yadi a brebuano, a more deno, a bebuani treaty or that chronic condition. Bia, Ebia now with the any cardiomegaly, not just a comano muscles no ayakasia do, and now hypertrophy of the heart, Nina no cardiovascular diseases. If you cry now with the diabetes. Pacho, what metformin and now denk and now insulin for so many months, so many years. Urefi ebia on wagem call, brebuano and waden surukubia or near pancreas, ɛyɛ organ na ɛboa regulate yɛ sikyire level no ɛma yɛ ɛyɛ adwuma ɔma adwuma no yɛ soronko ɛsiane sɛ brɛboɔ no notice sɛ sikyire no adɔɔso a na ɔno a gye bi ɛsɛbu ama yɛn na yɛhia a no asan so de ama yɛn mpo koraa no sɛ doctor kyerɛ wo sɛ ɛndi rice ɛnni nneɛma bi a ɛbɛma wo pressure no anaasɛ wo sugar level no akɔ soro a brɛboɔ no koraa yɛ biom ɛyi so wo muscle ɛyɛ proteins any fat ahodoɔ a ɛwɔ wo nipadua no mu break it down the ma energy sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a on rely solely on sweet anaasɛ glucose a ɛbɛtumi akɔma wo pressure no anaasɛ wo sugar level no akɔ soro bebree ɛti sɛ wo treat diabetes a ɛwɔ sɛ wohwɛ wo brɛboɔ no na wokanya brɛboɔ no na ɔne pancreas no ɛyɛ adwuma yɛ ɛtumi regulate esikyire no ɛma wo mepakyɛw ɛsrɛ wo sɛ esikyire ɛdɔɔso wɔ nipadua no mu a ɛtumi sɛe wo ntin no ɛtumi sɛe adwene no ɛtumi sɛe w'ani diabetic retinopathy ɛtumi sɛe w'ani no ɛtumi koraa ma wo serious problem wɔ wo kidneys because wo kidney notice sɛ esikyire no adɔɔso nti wɔyi ne nyinaa afirim ɛba saa ɛtumi sɛe the nephrons which are the parenchymal cells of the kidney na kyerɛ sɛ ɔma hoɔden ba fam kidney no so bɛyare a na kyerɛ sɛ ɛfii bɛtena wɔ nipadua no mu brɛboɔ no so bɛyare a na ɛfii bɛtena wɔ nipadua no mu yɛwɔ system bi wɔ nipadua no mu a yɛfrɛ no dɛ ɛno basically yɛmfɛ system a ɛyi ɛfiri nipadua no mu na yɛ spleen ɛdi emu akoten yɛ liver ɛdi mu akoten yɛ kidney ɛdi mu akoten nti sɛ spleen ne kidney ne liver ne nyinaa bɛnya problem a ɔmo so ne zoom lion akɛseɛ paa wɔ nipadua no mu na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo ntumi mba mbɛyi fi ɛmfiri nipadua no mu na ɛfi atena nipadua no mu ɛno nti na sɛ sikyire no dɔɔso a na kidney abɔmmɔden ayɛ adwuma bebree ɛsiane sɛ sikyire bɛdane fi ɛwɔ nipadua no mu starvation in the midst of plenty na wabɔmmɔden a ɛyi ne nyinaa ɛfiri nipadua no mu enti sɛ wobɔ mmɔden a sɛ wo treat diabetes a dane w'ani ma brɛboɔ no kenya brɛboɔ no na ɔno so ntumi ne pancreas no ɛnyɛ adwuma ebi a na wodeɛ no mpo ɛyɛ peptic ulcer disease a yɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ na mɛkyerɛ gastric ulcer yɛ stomach ulcer anaasɛ duodenal ulcer ne nyinaa no yɛsua mu sɛ brɛboɔ no wɔ direct and indirect role a play in regulating of this stomach ulcer by say H pylori mmoa no brɛboɔ no ahoɔden no wɔ soro a ɛtumi boa fa ɛteɛ by say brɛboɔ yɛ abiom no ɛboa in our digestion by producing a lot of bile ɛtumi ma emulsify fat break it down aduane bebree sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ indigestion ɛma yɛ bɔ hyehye yɛn bebree ɛma yɛ belchi bebree ne nyinaa no ama yɛn mframa gyina yɛ funu bebree a ɛmmoa yɛ digestion ne nyinaa no ɛtumi efiri hɔ ebi koraa na ɔdeɛ no so yɛ arthritis akyɛ sɛ wapɔ so taa yɛ ɔyɛ a wokotodwe wo sisi wo shoulder wo nsa taa yɛ titiritii ne nyinaa no brɛboɔ no wɔ ahoɔden soronko bi a ɛboa ebi a na ɛyɛ osteoarthritis cartilage na ɛwɔ dompe ne ntam no ɛwe anaasɛ ebi mpo gap kɛseɛ bi aba abɛda w'akyi kasaa no mu anaa mpo koraa no o spine nankasa ɛnya problem wonya spondylosis na kyerɛ sɛ o spine no ɛkyea anaasɛ the pain ɛma wo hips ɛma wo kotodwe ɛma wo nan anaa wo nsa no ɛyɛ titiritiri abibi atitiri abere a wada ɛma wo severe headache ɛma w'ani so kyi wo bebree anaa mpo wo deɛ no ɛyɛ rheumatoid arthritis a o body no ɛyɛ atake ɛyɛ o immune system no wrongly ɛfight ɔmo a ne nyinaa no yɛwɔ special thing abrɛboɔ no yɛ ɛtumi de ɛboa anaasɛ mpo wo deɛ no yɛ gouty arthritis na kyerɛ sɛ yɛdi a lot of proteins te sɛ beans te sɛ nam bebree meat ahodoɔ bebree fish ahodoɔ bebree ne nyinaa no break it down into purines further breaks down into uric acid so ɛyɛ toxic and poisonous wɔ nipadua no mu enti yɛ kidney bɔ mmɔden a yɛ uric acid no firi nipadua no mu wɔ abere a yɛbrɛ boɔ no produce bile na aselect this uric acid na aboa yɛ firi nipadua no mu ɛno nti sɛ ɔbrɛ boɔ no ahoɔden no wɔ soro a ɛyi saa uric acid no sɛ brɛ boɔ no ahoɔden no wɔ fam na ntumi nyi uric acid na ɛsettle on your joint nti joint bi te sɛ o kotodwe na asettle wɔ hɔ ebi wɔ hɔ a wo nan sia no wo kokromoti na asettle wɔ hɔ nti wobɛhu sɛ wonya severe pains ɛwɔ wo nan sia no so na ɛbɛne na ɛma severe burning sensation ebi koraa mpaboa hyɛ ɛyɛ de ma gouty arthritis brɛboɔ no wɔ ahoɔden a ɛboa fight with reducing and bringing out all the uric acid Every crown out there, septic arthritis, infection about synovial fluid, fluid or one so and go upon the beer joint, beer, say, and reduce friction, no, and must be a honor and your true, put me move joint to freely. Now, so infection be about skin and one bit to me cough further into your blood, no, my quack or now, my honors were infected. Brabona who are no was sura, the immune function no fight all this infection. Emma and what they eba if ye ebia now there no infertility. In patrol doctor and now World Health Organization is defining infertility. So bear money or bar or matma dying bar kumu for a period of 1 year. Our engages sexually 3 to 4 times in a week. Unprotected sex, the patrol na me chese condom sembia and now withdrawal method biani. Then so a war MI and nani semi they are classified as a case of infertility. It is all your bema a low sperm count and now say varicocele and now who use a lot of bleaching creams and now who use steroids. Any animal warm to get excess strength and muscles when they go to the gym. It may reduce the quantity and quality of your sperm cell. Then so the brebuano one to reduce all these risks, not increasing the quality and quantity of your stem cell. It brebuano store a lot of vitamin D, a lot of vitamin A, and all these B12 and folate in our mind. It's your best same body and UTI and now PID amount menses assistant and now when your pains are bravo Johnson and now be rashes be a go who be brave and now so menses never this month next month hepatitis A B C D E and now fatty liver ninano onya livoton na livoton aboa ama all these things if in the pedium na hoodin aba na ho a edodo abribia no efri ho no wetumi akwa koye wujuma besre or prostate enlargement, so Brebono Ebwa. The best said, the BIA will be an over number. Now, what fresh for liver specialist hospital. Aduminity, you were all over Ghana and to some extent some parts of Europe. Ghana had here, Oshishe, our central region here, or Green Hill, opposite Addison Square Garden, Cape Coast, Aguna or Benso Branch, Cassia Power, Kumasi, Ejoso Kamo, Jache, Junction, Takra, the opposite Fejai, May Spot, Accra, Adenta, SDA Junction. Ejuma from Monday to Saturday, exactly 7 a.m. near starting Ejuma, 5 p.m. on the dot near Paul. Services no any drogo and alibo to the cry. Besha organs, Dinamu, and will be at Matono, na Kenya, who are the Abani Pedianum. We are, there's some nutritional plan and a diet plan at my Biani or bet me the any kind would any exercise or whatsoever yet. Only say they are form a temper. But class a permanent. It will need to be exercise do any kind so you know your bachelor fair number near come on now a promo of free delivery no so eguswa age my baby will be no you doing a bro now also I'm what you have 050 00 40 331 050 00 40 331 and answer 050 00 40 328 050 00 40 328. Patch of Fred, not Pelly Voton Show, Abra Utu Quine, Economic Kakra, Kodi Kakra, now we and you may, Odi Amabre, Bonamo, which may detoxify, a feeling in every Nipedian. Now Yanko Point, the Yanquacha, Monday, Meno says, ya, near Dim Como, and Ejeso. Okay. And obey, Medase, Yanko Point, and Cow, now on Kayin now. Amen.
Amen. Also, Medase Pa. Yene Doctor George Siama, Medical Director C4C. On the end didn't come in. High need 100.9.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
I will your phone at Tenase. Yeah, Haruna Kingsley, Amaliba. What's Tenase? Amaliba Mache. Let's say, away. I'm a dumbo call that. Jeru Swapel, a General Secretary, Liberal Party of Ghana. Jerry Mache.
Jerry.
You be able to call there.
I'll buy their domain name when I'm pipe will be a cost.
All right, you're the name I say. Good. Yeah, share discussions and I say the enemy Friday weekly retrospection. Yeah, share now. December CC. latest one your man penny ran address UN sema or the kotu Jaffa a bibi my and said ya come no baby more who see the pain at the chair a year UN General Assembly now Samahodo Bibrinesi MPP for a year one more demonstration and the fight against illegal mining in Yanso Akoso. Now if we are making headway, they say 1,400 and now Oma arrest you and a year according to the Lands and Natural Resources Minister or the soldiers or the military officers because the forest reserves be any and so be yes no. Is that the way forward? Is that the way out when it comes to the fight against illegal mining? I'm about here. 15 minutes, the next 15 minutes.
Well, Papa J, my minchi or na minchi bushon for ajibre 80 and a pay. First of all, and Sembi Ekokoso Mikrumwa, I would like to deal with it briefly. Papa J, as it were, we are all aware that there is imposter chief in Boko parading himself as a rival chief to Boko Naba. Nowhere in the country can this level of impunity be tolerated. Prior to 2024 elections, the citizens of Kusak, everywhere around the country, Ekasai loudly, because a call was made to that effect. Therefore, we were with the view that a bra abayinsisa abano katenti nebe yejuma na mimfua omo tasa nyoma boni we yechino kamra ni omo bedi. Na nso me no ka se yere hosam ne se enye wie peye se de yehwe no. Look, there is tension in Boko. Yeah, that one I won't deny it. Now tension no yet as a result of the imposter who is there parading himself as a rival chief. I don't believe that Omampenia wotia kunyaso sisia. So be ekoshe kukwem eswe wono so ono so ye president. Now or working the way to the Flagstaff House to sit in the same seat with President Mahama. Ghana by it will not happen. It will not happen. If not, why not? Why is this impunity happening in Boko? And not only trying to, after imposing themselves, can you imagine that? The police command in Boko municipality have spoken clearly to this matter and issued a statement strongly warning anybody not to attempt it. But there were shootings in Boko early this week. And so long as I impose an honor there will be tensions. I don't support any shootings. But can you blame the people? If we didn't answer, eba, the brutalities are soldier for no a year or Boko hono a time. Already Boko is dead economically, socially. People cannot sit together as a family. You can't even live in your own room with comfort. You cannot ride a motor to visit a friend. There is no social life in Boko.
Boko no ohine bia gazette no why no ma gazette?
Papa J, I will come to the gazette, but let me deal with these issues briefly. There's no social life in Boko. Now, Omampeni can say or enforce peace. We were with the view that the imposter should have been taken out, and maybe out of the fear of some misconduct by certain people. So just were rather taken there to enforce peace. How can peace be enforced where there's no justice? Huh? And look, Papa JC, maybe they have taken advantage of the incumbent MP's affiliation. He is a majority leader in parliament. Why is he quiet about the carnage? Why is he quiet? Why is he quiet? Boko was a vibrant city when he became an MP. He said Boko a dead place. Is he happy about it? And one of the legacies of Obeja, a very bad legacy that he will be leaving to whoever will take over from him. Inshallah, come 2028. Come 2028. We work hard. I risk my life. Went home several times. Sit on radio and TV. Radio. And even here in Accra, radio stations like Neat FM, Happy FM, and others that I had access to. I spoke against the brutalities which was going on under Kufuor. And I went home and appealed to my people to vote against that regime and vote for all the MPs in Boko or the Kosa traditional area. 6 of them went back to parliament. Being Obia meaning the issues properly on the ground, I'll be slow to blame the other MPs. But the mantle falls on the Boko Central MP. He is the majority leader in parliament and he must exercise leadership that the people have given him and do the needful and stop the carnage in Boko and its environs. It's very shameful. And I'm appealing respectfully to His Excellency, Mr. President, and your government. Mr. President, you made a pledge, and the good people of Boko and the Kosak traditional area are still waiting for your pledge to be fulfilled. Undoubtedly, we know you will do it. Chief, among these requests we are asking for from you and your government is that we need our region. The moment Kosak traditional area is given a Kosak region, we will be able to superintend over our security issues and engage in policies that will effectively maintain lasting peace to the people in the area. The youth in other part of the country will sit home quietly in the night after hard working days. They will sleep on their pillows. No more fagging critically about their future development. Right there in Boko, the youth cannot sleep in their rooms. They can't even have a peace to stand at one place, let alone to lie in bed and lie on their pillows and reason about the future of them and of themselves and their families. How can we live in a country like this? And they think everything should be normal. No, Mr. President, with all due respect and to the government of NDC, it cannot be business as usual. Whatever is holding the Boko matters has to be addressed and addressed swiftly. Papa Jane, Makasa, my man, Kase, Dedika, my person, me bought Minister for Health, Abaso, Honorable Minta Kando. Because Honorable Minta Kando is a golden gift to the government of NDC, the NDC as a political party, and the entire country of Ghana at large. Wabebo Mania say, and Ghana Health Service, Ghana National Health Insurance, Ghana has included treatment for sickle cell diseases. That's a SCD. In our national health insurance scheme. This demonstrate equity in action, ensuring that the poorest mother in the most remote part of our country can access the same life-saving medication as the wealthiest in our cities. Many a times, the political gangsters in the advent of their reckless, shameless, and intellectually corrupt propaganda and infiltration of same have argued that NDC, social intervention policy, they don't even understand the social intervention policy as they speak. And it's a this is more than a social intervention, policy. Making sure that a sickle cell woman or sickle cell mother, ya wote adanse gromisa, beka opa kramo krom, adanse sikaman, nkransa, mpreche and others. Not forgetting the same woman in Budpilis, Pimpanyong, Akara Test, Basione and other places. Neba betimia the same treatment. And not only that, medicines are being made available to help our health facilities deal with this menace or this kind of a problem. And it is under the auspices of the same Honorable Minta Akando. And on the 20th August 2025, Odebetu just say, government atua all the claims over 800 million Ghana cedis. Ekaya betu ye ewo national health insurance. Honorable Minta Akando as a health minister. Ashe say, sakani na yetua, and of course, all arrears have been claimed. To the extent that NHIS ordered Akimoda Hospital to refund over 312,000 Ghana cedis and will receive overpayment to the claims they made, which was later detected to be a fraud claims. And then it meet NHIS car and all service providers. Masikano kwampo ebroso may order say refund sikadem back. Who could have done that if not NDC government and if not Honorable Minta Akando? Who could have done that? Since 2014, 11 years ago, your hospitals and your proper retooling that. Today we are retooling them again. And the minister is donating medical equipment, beds, and all others.
They all kind of accurate.
Me say, we are 2014. Since 2014, that was the time we had a major retooling of the hospitals. Apart from that, at what time do you retooling? Okay, can I make progress? Can I make progress? Ghana is not that Ghana, and yet that is the only place of Ghana. But when I'm talking about a major retooling of a hospital facilities now, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that under Kufuado Yehui, even Kolebu, is it the renal unit was closed, right? The renal unit was closed. And here on Nkwa, lieutenant was surgery department. That lieutenant say, only God knows how long. And only God knows a doctor for how they were managing to carry patients up to the up floors and the pain those patients went through during that era. What I'm saying here is that we have a government that is working for the people and we have a minister who is a workaholic. I want to do so until the mess in our medical sector is fixed. The unannounced visit to other medical facilities to detect mensa echoes. Honorable Minister, Ghanaians are happy about that initiative and they encourage you. Say, Koswane, baby, I want to be also Yankopo Bebo Hobai, but what's some Ghana, also no Sompa, San say, Ubersumin. Now, my would the Chegana say Bersum and one away. Richard Jacqa, at the petition, so come CID. So you investigate, how do we call him? Godfrey Abu
Attorney General, former
Attorney General. Yes. And the investigation undoubtedly looking at Nipa or Modi Ghana Police Service and him wo GDA PFA say ebeko ni papam de be wie pay so now see the obi gire mranim ne atwe na so ayeye san say it is highly unprofessional, unethical, and indeed a disgrace to the medical, how do you call it, the legal profession. Say Attorney General, the number one lawyer of Ghana, will have that impudence to coach a witness how to falsify evidence before a court, knowing very well that the accused person or a standard trial is facing the muzzle of the state. Under which say nin samwa your man dia bono no ebubona obetimi akoda fiase for some time, or if not nin kwanda ina ni fa hudi ebe Jeffrey nsem. Now Attorney General is engaging in this level of high profile criminality. The less said about it the better. And this is part of the previous government record. And these are the same people who get the courage to march to the street pontificating for moralities and asking the good people of Ghana, say, you know, woman should be called be why they want be Ogroma? Why they want be? But these are their record. Who can say, Omo, you're so no money, but you can't the party and Mwape, no Mbuefu. You are so Yaboa. If not a solo party, why part of behavior in this manner? Very disgraceful. And we thank the good people of Ghana that these guys were voted out. Where they are, they will be there for a very long time. Papa J, who can Galam say fight us? Galamsey, as in the Galamsey fight, we are aware that this matter started long ago. MPP by Omoye Oma Famodie and Tentam Oma Kotnasi. NDC Aba. We are doing our best. And indeed, that battle will be won. President Mahama, Yaman a 4-year mandate. Another 4 years. The end of it, and a Ghana for Ebe Jajino on whether or not he was able to fight Galamsey and fought it well. Was spending only 9 months in that term of office. He still have 3 more years ahead of him. Until we get there, a Drubianka them. Especially if any Ghanaian, particularly from the affected areas, we will agree with them. And we will share with their frustrations. However, the last people we expect them to open their mouth to any radios and start making noise about the Galamsey is the MPP. Is the MPP. Now, the money are buffalo crowd and say, I bring TB from Miracles Abuaje.
Your time is almost up.
Yeah, press conference. Say, ye two Galamsey e wonshum. Onu an nkrofo bi. Akwa ife no brempo Jofa. Then some watch here. I will not read the allegations of Wama, but or say he has no moral right to criticize your government. Why didn't you, Dennis Miracles Abuaje, do this when we were in office? And you use a certain word. I won't read it. In fact, on this same call, Wamu Deputy Director of Communications, Abua Paponso Bekambi, was saying here most of our MPP members now have the moral audacity to speak about the Galamsey fight. We now have the nerve to criticize John Dramani Mahama. He is calling on Nuani party people out. Can the Japan Bekan say about the Galamsey fight now? Mampino Kufuor what to say do you see what any apro? Meanwhile, within the last 8 years of even that throughout that period.
Okay, Amalba.
Mami, we on this.
See, mami. One more time and
me buy it. Don't treat me like others. Me buy before we you enter. Papa J, be fair to me. Me bantem.
Me say wo ba ya che wo ba ntem no kra wo beduru ha 917 enti eno kra na ba enti me say wo beduru ha na 845 so that me no be starting here.
Okay, that's fine. You are not laying the ground rules into your tennis you ba ntem because number 5 kra me ba me no be share wa. Papa J, 2017-2024 license MPP issue enkwane was 2151. 2151. At the same time, it was a period of big Galamsey ni Muse. Among from Bongwa Forest, don't go to Galamsey. Through the, how do you call, LI 2462. That LI will be repealed. Parliament is on recess. We will repeal the LI. Not only that, what can I say, Minister? I deploy soldiers to the forest and they will do it. That means the government is listening to the people. We are not against mining. But what NDC is against is illegal mining on our forests, reserves, and on the river bodies. Oh, yeah, President Mahama Kanako to Galamsey or Yunshumi Chewa. That one, everyone must understand it.
Okay.
We're not against mining. Anything you're saying, responsible mining is what we are all aiming at. So that we will mine responsibly. Near you go, no, dear boy, Hobra. I require say Yunshu and your forest and Kopo their chair. That's all that we are saying. As for the UN and some President Mahama Kennedy, what you say once more time. Ghana has gained a credible voice in the international community. I will salute him for that.
Jerry, with you.
Omampani John Mahama Yamin Shirano. I say, if you are seeing your future, Ejina Africa, so I just know kind. Omampani and Ankophobia no more can say. Oh, guess, pa. Come on, Penina, no, there.
There been a young grey.
I'm going to be so girls.
There been a young crana.
Oh, no, there.
enya na no de ewiase that no kwa ne beka say in Africa so ze ye natural resources ewiase afa na nyina na mu 1/3 da wa Africa na nka that na nyina Africa so it's proven na ka say na no de na
no ye mampani oyo mampani say say yo ne manfo abrabo mu te say ya kan no da do oto emra ensem dede wa abonten na nso omo ene ne te isu ye nyini na papa bi ne ma ene edi nkomo mo se on papa ndi oye outside gentility home cry enra asa na sa na ma te se ye de nipa bi free America abagana ye san de 40 bi so asa ba be kan amanfo etia mu wo na ade anya wo ba bi a na je se anya wo ba bi a na de anya wo ba bi anya se ifri hanom na koye na ye koso mo de o ma ba okay get mo 2 Magari edin komo okay get mo 2
aye dey
aban be na ko fa san crofo ne bai
and I'm say aye dey
no why is this current government interested in Sahane Manema no?
Na oyem pena ye di depotis.
Meba
Ghana pena di depotis.
Meba omo aye pamo omo. Unim say America on sorry akeke so deport nipa o. Ana unim sa.
Nti de den na beba. Ya je om nti e be de.
Criminals ya je omo o man mu ase ne ya mu crime me na ye.
Criminals na hemfa.
One more woman commit crime e America. One more imran kata wo so ne ye so wo de o ma ba.
America deportation no ye ne woman commit crime. We breach law na said that criminal.
No, na why na breach law?
Wa kwa na bi
anya meba mama enti asem wo yie pa. Anya se o de oni nkrata enkwa kekewo. Ansa na ye be so mu anase ye be scrutinize for deportation you know. Now what crime and kasankasa record. Nanka nipa bebrebe wa America omo nye documented no. Ade ne ensori nko omo fie ne ensese omo fo omo ba. Enti no omo aye due for deportation no. Criminals. Memo bi another order so only document enti ne de na ba. Unko commit a crime a ye fa ma. Anuntina omo parole ne sa ne ma ni nyina. Even ultimi ye unlawful entry. Omo ma kwan Emma ultimi e file ne ma ebe ye obi a wo betimi atena o man nim. E wa bra won commit a crime. Enti omo a ye deport wo omo no. Criminals nko a. Crime bi a crime. Obi akoto obi mu na. Ono so bone a odi no. Obi atutu akum obi. Ana crime na bi nso nsin bi. Ye fa Bible kra bone bi anchen bone bi. Inti say ye import criminals ba o man anima. Hwe galamsi asema ye kan. Majeri. Over 100 years. And ye two galamsi. Ye started this criminals no. From China. Omo prison. Itimi ye ma na fe omo pebi ebi akoba bi. Do omo start omo de omo ni kire hase no. And omo be kire ye kwan ye fa so. Etu nsuo musika. Omo ba ye na omo be station ya omo ye na. And as say adane menace. Inti omo aye de eguso aje omo na, omo di bone na eguso aje omo no. Ya ka say security system no. Wo aban ba ko etwa mu yi. Wo ya security na breaki. Security system na kasa te san. Hwe conflict all over. Static bi o ba bi. Em say Allah vanyo ni nkonya de awo ho no mache. But it is said ye hu nansi static. And I say I try every say northeast. E dey na ni a savannah. Yehwe bibi ye na onye ya anoma de sika kakra bi a obegye adinti enumode kakra bi nti na me sa akoyachi jama mpani na no ede ansa na okogina wakasa asem no na wo so hwe say na chiti say ordinary person can go and be saying this but o man mpani o te akonya so a wo man for komode o man for nya ba bi nda you are talking about the world's future and as I know person we are seeing na yes Ghana ne nkronkro akaka
platform na no gina so kasa no
onsusun en Ghana num onsusun cancer me de na Ghana come the Ghana for that is why everybody is running away from Ghana omo ko do America say hoye omo de hoye omo fe ekronim for America to say the omo ye Ghana ya omo na Ghana she omo nsa o ahemfo na abehu nsufi wa America even got a munsi okra enye fi it is in Syria this week as last week mon crofo ekogina wotwa photo me yonko Ashanti Regional Communication Director Kwabena Yando Insuye omukobu nkotojo wo ho a wo mo eyi ahemfa na abehu Americans yo bitesa even gwata mu nsuo krantesa omkodo America hoye omode ena omugira na omokansam de after Rome was built in a day and as nya adwene ni nyansa any critical measures and omo take ye no omo de amakrona esa obi apese okokotena obi apese o leave you hwe oman mu empanifo nyina kogu onom na nka omo koi enim so omo beba omo de ade foforo kra na nka beba ade aye mesre pa say Times Square na yade John Mahama president photo akwa honom
no so bibia we
na anam Ghana hanom ayo Crawford ato ma no kaze Mahama ewo Times Square so Majari o kwasa si you bet me do photo akwa to so provided what certify omo condition.
And were you told that the president paid?
Now one year, yes, America doesn't run charity. Know that. America and to say Ghana, they do not run charity. Everything is paid for. Now and I say, he didn't know more than a control. Me say now, I can show you pictures of ordinary people on that Times Square billboards. And you know, so we should stop tickling ourselves and then laughing. There is so much to be done in Ghana. Abema Ghana for and the cancel on better. Nana sem dead no kokan here no. Ya jatum say ampa we are seeing any daso any Africa. Which African state is performing better? Baby abrofo tra onom kra che ye no. Hwede ekoso anopa wi anwumre. Abrofo na build South Africa to a certain level. Yeah be before the pene. Yetimi sore da ba ko na yatiasi. Ni asem na ma bebre. Ya pesa yet to say other African countries. Abia abrofo ne kra sacrifice ya omo a building kro ne kra. Ya ni abre pese ye say no. Jerry, Galamsey fight. And nafamo. Now, omo so omo the armed forces. Armed forces. Navy, omo juma ne sen. Omo juma nya territorial borders nko awo. nsuo marine yɛka marine a asɛ kyerɛ sɛ bia wɔ Ghana bia no they are trained and they were trained to protect them yɛyɛ ane akɔfa soldiers na ɔmo nenam asase ne so armed forces na ɔmo nenam asase ne so whilst nsuo ne na ɛsɛe nti na asɛ deliberately yɛmpɛ sɛ yɛbɛ solve problem no Jerry, last me kind, and then me sense so. See a person solve galamsey problem. Ye need DC and MC in free. Ye need politician be in free. Na insuon yen German Navy for no. See a be who in Sufi in 6 months. They report directly to Omo Mpanimfo. They will not go to anybody to report to. No more dealing with how to make our water bodies clean again. Yeah, ye politicians free more. Ye one be a free more. We will regain our water bodies back. They will be clean and cleaner again. Ghana can say South Squad no and I also they should train more for this particular job. How do you expect DC say or no ne party a campaign? No about better now or the next primaries. This will be our next plan, say or MP. And it has been a norm. Into your take one no one more yes argument and negotiating. Na yasan kofa yes be the blue water guard. Debio na prosi ni soja kita to kra omutimi to na omo so ato no wo mo kra galamsey for ya twa for omo so na blue water ono nkita hwe torchlight kra minya sure say ama bia kita ano omo na monum se omo adwuma omo ye ne se omo na ye informant edema galamsey for no because on no blue water ni na o kone kra no akwam de ade no enti de obetimi a no no so ntimi nko fight obi a enti de obetimi aya na say moma ya aduane sika na mo nko mo adwuma omo ba e be ma lie. And that's the routine. So tie galamsey for na omo ne tax force for ikunya asamo omo ka na say o ma ba beji aduane sika omo ba ji koko sika omo ba beji omo percentage ko sesi ano wan say twa omo esa be esa de ana magari unte sasem no inti ekuna yesi eku galamsey no kwan ba ne efa soko se ombeye ni yi ana se ye se ebitu ase na me kra de galamsey ni tu no anka ya na nhyeda ha me o esan se me krom adwuma wo honom na emaburu ni nyina aye ntonso ni bia nim bebifa art and craft ho yewenti wonom no mantena honom anyini ho enso minim ntoma a kente ankrofo frai minim se na enwene no because na me free eye den days kakra bi amekwa akodi honom no dia enwene ade ne wo me frɛ na nsedwa mekwa akotena bi mu ama me nua bi a kyerɛ me se presso na we na to nsa we kɔ bra dia wonim ye nso ahoma na ye de ye no wade bi a wo de be wan na eno na ade be hye ade foforo mu na ade ato akwa aba One more etia entoma ya di designs ya di incredible designs yi atinti mu kama. One more say niema kama ena me gidi say kro bia nso woni dia hoye na dia woni sai we bi no na for magudie na wo honom na den a ono nso be kwa akotu no dia survive and now me no ka say me kro mu nto so there is crisis or honom magya unim crisis kro abo ai wo oman no ohene ni kro nim ena mpanimfo bi di ama Chinese fo ena omo yene ma basa wo hono omo blasted
Jonas mame
omo blasted bono left right center without any reason ena omo send crofo japade crofo fie bono I dynamite no mutime to be na free enwuram abafie abebu obi dan sana menace na start obo san kakran me gidi se mikro mo no ye nananom dan o mu si ye eni emre eni na ni nyina bedwiragu because of yede ajapade na ma Chinese ni a wono anwene ya wono odwene ono ne mfaso na obenya ne ho pe enti no ye ni proper supervision informa no DCE and MCE or honum omo de report kwa ne dia ne say oba ba ne na mo no munya abotre ye no bekasa so still the whole same thing na ekoso
okay
and that is how menace started obe ho na say kuro ne dan started buku egu nipa so kumo omo because ebi mu dan started bubu and there are so many cracks say na ye ya hwe han na nkakran obo say is this what the future President Mahama at UN Assembly has
okay, Madam say high need 100.9 Isaac Obeng, member of the MPP. Isaac.
Jerry.
Yeah.
What's up, Umwe?
I'm Adomoko.
Mamentia. Na mentia ya shefo ni tifo omajimrea. Ene dey omoditi. Na mentia minua maliba. Ne minia Jerry. Week when the assembly brain you see. Before some come as some mentia His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. I'm say ordinary prop pono Edru Eastern region. Nyamia dum feedback ni very positive. Yen koswa enda yebekoswa yejuma kusi se 31st January 2026 kudimdie ebeye yinyina as MPP yende Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ebedi yenim makane say we mamentia the rank and file of your national executive, regional executive, the constituency executive na member Commander Salam abaso ye pa we sign less than 2 weeks na ye hwede ye ko e wo man Ghana ne hu behia se ye betinte so kokro akere the president of the Republic of Ghana, the Ghana Police Service. Now less than 2 weeks no jumedie e bosha o share no yetimi eyeye na the one say na nye MPP for nko who underground artists no more ho, social media content creators no more ho, media persons no more ho, ordinary Ghanaians eso ho no ansa na MPP for so e ho no na o share feedback ayi hu social media and media houses it is one of the massive demonstrations in recent times in the opposition are less than 1 year with me putting such a wonderful program together, not only for the benefit of Yen as MPP, but for the benefit of the government himself, because he trina dreams in Yama Bibra isiso. They be a kasa GDC President Mahama ebiana briefing na unyano. Briefing ye. So kaya tama wo opposition no. President Mahama kaso yen juma bebre ema one of media persons, I think Kofi Bibi bisa ne sente ba ne na Ghana fo ehu o se ne yakata omani. The sometimes na president bibi ote no. Odwen se juma o ye no ekofom. Briefing onya ni nyina enye no kre. Recently okopo kwase kwan no so ekoko ye inspection now she address or the buy need figures and no quality ne baby sources of funding if we are na what obesi yankase penny transfer but no to asem na to baby kra ema it took the former rules and rules minister to come and correct him. Now you're correcting him, no. He has not come back again. Let's just admit to say yes, the fact is there, or provide the evidences. Into vision as youth demonstration and was to draw his attention. So who you was to table them and provide evidences to him. Say Charlie, President Mama, send a no kono. And yes, sir, and I promise Ghana for. Now the me one say me who said the vice president for some time. If I'm not mistaken, I am very quiet. In Yema Bebresi, and the reason why I talk about my vice president, Professor Jane Nana, is not only say President Mahama Beko UN, and as obey platform, so I can say as his era, when ya oba or boni chidom, but was for her to also prove and show evidences of Ejuma Oye and offer good advice to the president. If 8 months, 9 months down the line, in Yema, na okambumwa and bumwa. Let's just advise Ben, your vice president, Professor Jane, or the President Mama. You should be up and doing
by 9 months. No, just on here.
Now, Jerry, Chairman, dear President, I am policy.
The
peace of this country is not even same.
How?
From peace to promises to your security to galamsey to even the city, the economy. Recent address or address here, can say artificially managed. Your injections, kebi no mu pompe gum. IMF be koshiomo. So you should tell me what they've done. You see, into Professor Jane, baby, I will be we Ghanaians trusted you as bringing the female aspects to the table of the presidency and to make sure that you offer that motherly advice and guidance to the president. But so far, we don't think say you are up to the task. You are delivering on that job. It's your best friend. You should be up and do it. Chief Justice. Look at the way our dinner omo free honum. But it's been being no anka semba kokran fa ho. The vice president never utter a word so far as the Chief Justice issue is concerned. Hwe die si wo boko. Hwe galamsey fight. O person ne nananom ne mba oja a country of this nature ema ne mba na as a mother. No. There is a lot expected from the vice president. Makane say wie no enunti ena yade demonstration no APA our presidency on is also to be called IGP office. You see, maybe no na metie minu amaleba, and I always maybe show so I am very happy because so obana okay bibina enya no kra o correct no, and he was quoting say more time and health sector no as is one of the best. He said baby am correct and am tresan. You see, and we went further to throw dust into the eyes of the people. The way officer to 2016 no free power. It take you over to 2017 though. Debt omuja national health insurance no. The way officer omuja kabuburu MNPP babetu yae. I know jina hanu mo kasa na 2024 ye fi onum ye jaka wo honum. Ono so boka omuja. Every government when you are leaving power, there's the possibility to say there will be some outstanding kai wo honum obeja. What most of the times you measure the government with and say oba ye no program do be hu e we improve and asa asenke. Omo free honum now get national health insurance so the hospital be am person obehwe. No one was ready, even para crying farm out. It took MPP to come to power and can no meje see honum 1.2 billion ye ne betu yae. Ye free power we've grown the members are don't more national health insurance so to 20.8 million ye free office. That is the level ani ye making sure that a lot of Ghanaians are on the national health insurance. And ye no kwa hwe other services side be can national health insurance. To the extent say na oko hospital other chronic diseases na national health insurance eboa eba ne hwe. So we expect that they should give respect to Vishna ye papa kufuwa de buy national health insurance. Omo promise one time premium that time. I didn't know man yet. Most of the times when they are in opposition they make wild allegation promises. At the end of the day otu abamo omo ba na be the story. One time premium no go back and fulfill it. Say if you guys want to talk about health insurance, the only promise that we know you've given is that stuck in the minds of Ghanaians. One time premium. Go back and do it. Minyanka one time premium. I mean renew my national health insurance card game. Go back and fulfill it. Also to us, also MPP time left and Juma need those kind of things. Last week, number rich hospital. Baby health minister o ka so born abaso say na wa ye no na me wo honom baby a maternity block no on that building lift wo honom no asay oye obi na akọ akosra a friend say obi a ana busuani bi wo honom a lift na wo honom e so fro na asay e so climb to the 3rd floor and 4th floor na the other one say tama yesi na metimi hu mama bi onim pa na awful staircase e dia akọ attending to own health, whether so call for review, whether so call for emergency, I don't know. I'm a share son and maybe something am I going to sit down to watch her go through this pain? Feedback I want in the multiple no pre. It is a health minister need here. This is a current update. Rich Uncle Honum, one of the elevators is not working. Elevators are best survey health persons. It's not working. Uncle Honum. Nature is now making it look as if say everything is rosy and okay under your administration. Agenda 111 Jamamano. It was as a result of difficult moment that we've gone through as a country, and a president need to take that decision. Continue it. That is where your focus is supposed to be. Galamsey fight. I hear me one say minua be matra hanoma ka say Galamsey fight. Some person MPP be. And so far, utie any MPP ni bi awakasa. MPP ni awakasa ni nyina nka se or the idea bi ma mo se monye Galamsey say. MPP ni bi awe bie na no akasa about Galamsey no. One thing. Yes, sir, we are ready to help you succeed in the fight against Galamsey. In some ayaka no. Unlike mo anamu opposition in 2020, 2019. Now you were instigating Ghanaians. Now MPP fighting Galamsey. You were instigating Ghanaians against us. A lot of your current Penifo national executives, including the president, made comments. It's degraded our effort and our fight against Galamsey. If the president mounts a platform and say, "Omo aya convert you on the fight of Galamsey," obey you amnesty. How then do you expect us to succeed if we as MPP and they the same thing at Yamo? But on my before Galamsey is something a national tragedy. We have to join hands and fight. And whether you like it or not, we are Ghanaians. We will support you positively. The only thing I can is a opposition. Fulfill the ball. You have a lot of stakeholders coming out to say, go back and implement Boshana Moshe. Declare that state of emergency. Repeal that ally. Namunja stories, no? Namunja stories na mokano. Iti, mini amalibani NDC for mo bibia mobeka. That is where we expect you to put your focus. We have religious organizations. President Ma'am, I promise you, I catch on so or be making sure so be declare state of emergency. Only for them to turn around and president is saying something otherwise. And they are furious and they've called the president out that declared the state of emergency. Now, you have a lot of cabinet members and not cabinet. They supported that we should declare the state of emergency. They say, have they gone mute? Have they lost their voice? These are things that more and then they say, almost in a free sabe from a numana. And nunti ena yina ye kase. Instead of some mobile the powers of the ally, every president in semno, Ghanaians media houses, civil societies fought and say yen repel ally no, and mo person mo shine no. Say mo repel ally. We will continue to put pressure on you until you make sure say mobile repel ally no. The president I can yendin you because it's the same president and Obeka A, and Obeka say B. The same president Obeka saw the aura about fighting corruption. Extra no matter no man say omu yi 60%, pay 60% and get yourself free. They say Mua Munipa Matiawu Amidu is calling the AG out. Says 60% stolen money and now say retrieval of money will not help in the fight against corruption. Mua Matiamudu. Inti NDC, you can't trust them. NDC is not a party here. You can put your life on. No wonder as a recent findings about HSA, their credibility and the goodwill they have. Nina Ira. Inti, so far as Galamsey is concerned, whether you like it or not, Ghanaians, we will hold you by the by the horn, and make sure say you deliver on the state of emergency. It is not interesting, say Felix Ofosu-Kwakye Honorable will challenge Miracle to the court. Say he should provide evidence. Say Galamsey. Meanwhile, you have Ghana Water coming out to tell you, say, Oko is central region, plant shutting it down. It has never happened in Ghana. Say a source of water, Ghana Water. They would have increased their way of purifying the water. They say, baby, you can't even purify it again. So they need to shut it down. And Felix Ofosu-Kwakye on foreign water. On foreign water, it's a new thing. Or challenging Miracle to it, or challenging Ghanaians who are calling the religious organization who are calling or catch them say they don't know what they are saying. You see, some of ablakwa aye bibia medin hu ya opa. You are a beneficiary of a government that will criticize it, a Newton and the foreign minister. You are a beneficiary of an individual. You took the government on and you criticize from all angles. And then, when you're honorable Asafo-Adjei, not all criticize the delegation as some call UN. From what we are hearing, you've mafiaed him and he has been taken off. Are there in a criticism? Your own dosage, how the government in opposition, yet 1% of it, and you are running away. This is disgusting to the list. This is uncalled for to the list. He has lost his integrity. But President Mahama exhibition no US. Magjerry, but say US. US no. Demonstrating no catch say free. So far as our intelligence are concerned, it's not free. Very soon it will come out.
Thank you,
what I'm saying. Just a minute.
Someone say,
oh, 1 minute.
Nanado, yes, so I say,
we see the incompetence of the conflict are on to me solve. We see the Galamsey are on to me solve. We see the electricity prices are echo. The water prices are echo.
Thank you, Madam. Higher needs 100.9. I tell for Momrana, Mom Cansan, young coin. So, Madam, say, Obianca Sabia, my pawn, may family calls, oh, my pawn, oh, and yeah,
Yenya Bau Bali. Ghana, a crabia, who here. Ono na oko senior beya obetimi anya nimonyam de ama o my Ghana. Eya nipa ne bi ho no ma omuwu a eya yam shedam my attention enko omu ho. Ba yenua ba wu bali. Nyame emfa na.
Okay, Madam say 0302257902 0302243540. Ebato mache.
Onmonya for my.
Yes, I tell uncle.
Now what is say?
Yamiado.
Ya chami wo fati for no mami o.
Yo.
Mami mbo wa baso na mintia amaliba kisre wakasa papa na mintia NDC college nyina chama do ashama. Tiano bebe obia. Maje MPP niwe on sinisia si wo niwo mu wo communication odi amagana kwa no pe woni FM. And now we catch NDC aban say mudie mum sitaji ye na mudi mu wadwe a mudi beboa ye ma ya fight Galamsey. Hey, ye ma mum poli 8 years se mum fan kuntia Galamsey na mu party for na etu na ma ye din. Ka ya ma kana fo bu afumu a mu ka Galamsey asemu a mudi manu tu mu bi ni se. Ye ma mum poli wo ti o 8 years. Month me anku Galamsey. Less than 1 year of NDC His Excellency John Dramani Mahama administration. Mu kasa. The fight against Galamsey. Magje make me a catch now. Pepe NDC Amanyoko. We have performed better than MP. Adena mukai. None most task force or Mudian. Kenel Bois. The nation Yama Papa we are here fight against illegal mining. Kenyama what is it?
Okay, madam say, Mame for next one, Mache. Mache too. Yes, I am content and why now.
Mathieu Bru, me want for so kind of me.
I'm not doing be on here.
That's the minister for Jay. Incoming as that time, I think I said the word. I don't know if it's how a cushion. You never know for me. Don't come and move over against Sunday and Sunday. Now, many are by Obika say, oh, I'm more betting the Abuama, I'm saying the Twitter. This is what I'm saying, near my echo. It won't rem because you are saying, near future piano, when you know someone's for you, Ghana, yes, for now, but you come on Penyam says, Honam one headache, a walk, and you know, also with the Minister of Emergency, no minister said, Nipa Bear, cousin something, or more, MPP for, young Yankee, Namakwadaroma, Wunya Bema, Chief Director, what's a house, and Mamma Costa, meaning the year or 4th year, you could know, at Anton Pato, Winam Farmer Charity, and John Board, you remember MPP Ghana, young two, at least for it, and come for about what I did, MPP Naeko, Nami will just a doctor of Mubonia, Ghana for Amano, Namisha.
Okay, my main for next one, me bacho, my yes, I too.
My Jerry, the other teacher, and Mamicha, a big man of Mamicha, and Abaku free. My cafe, a party near contest in the women, and yes, I say, Manako Mamma Bre, and a large Baumia, how a commission, John Bodu, and a general secretary. Could be my Jerry. Nano, and a Pemititi radio station, my voice clear. I am a pioneer. Your mama, your papa, your pioneer, your bra, a baby, or can't seem before of the home. I have one pass, or Casa family say, a deep, a big mind, no more. A high, a snack, Ghana. But my dear, now your campaign. I'll be before church and your money now, so still, on one yen from, but a ne, a banner saying. Mesre say your cano ojituma ye kan ne Ghana fonti majeri anope na me hwehwe baabi na me kutunu station bi na majeri wo hwe galamsey nyama ase wa Ghana ha wo hwe nipa ne galamsey akum na ye ka kira pipi fo ye ka say ye gusu ye hwan oboa ana ndisi fo so no ye tu Ghana se nyinam ye bibi said musi den de tutum na ndisi fo kaka na mobile na musi mobile mo de na wotu yinu bitmaye montmaye majari misi fam kurano mesre Ghana fo mpan fo hwe se abibi mo pa kwa me station bi yi a ye se ye nya tofo kwa me wira o me na ayi of ava me wira ho se abibi mo ma kaka se Ghana fo no montiman check at Ghana fo school fo ma ye ni na ye tete ani ye kra gocheje ye sante ha sika ho ayedene me wira ho papa sempa infoti mitragana ayedua na yidi majari wuni mi say ye wo kura sim kontumbre
Chale me dan say mame fa last one me ba cho mache
me jo so ma
yeah me adon yet yo yeah
the basic exchange media the party my exchange na Dr. Numan media the papa me say enua MPP ne na say you say no rep na hormono na hormono abo na ban smishao Reverend Director Tina was the house Mami Emmanuel Yako Benson